This is the Danger Close podcast, Beyond the Books with me, Jack Carr.
Welcome to the Danger Close podcast, an Ironclad original presented by Navy Federal Credit Union. If you followed me for a little bit, you know in what high regard I hold today's guest, David Morrell, scholar, professor, gentleman, author, and creator of Rambo. This year is the 50th anniversary of the publication of First Blood. It came out on May 25th, 1972. In today's conversation, we get into the cultural significance of Rambo and David's influence on me personally and professionally. So now, without further ado, my friend, David Morrell. David, thank you so much for taking the time to do this. This means so much to me. Like we were just talking about, we have so much we could discuss on this podcast. We could talk for days about all your work and influences and life story. But because this is the 50th anniversary of the publication of First Blood, I think we're going to focus on First Blood and Rambo as the phenomenon of Rambo as a whole, because it had such an impact on me, both as a writer and then obviously my path into the military, and it did on a lot of other people as well. But this is the 50th anniversary, and I emailed you a little while ago because I knew the year 1972, and I looked online to try to find the exact date, and it wasn't readily apparent. So I emailed you. And you said May 25th, 1972.
I know it's hard. It's hard for me to imagine. A while ago, I was asked to do an introduction for the 50th anniversary of Ira Levin's Rosemary's Baby, and a book that I admire. And I thought, oh, this is cool. I can do the introduction. And what an achievement, I'm thinking, Now, Ira, God bless him, isn't with us anymore, but the book lived on, and the main thing is the darn thing is still in print. And so I did the introduction, and then it took me a little while to catch up to myself and realize that very soon First Blood was going to have that same 50th half century anniversary and still be in print. Never been out of print in the United States. And in many countries, it's still in print in the UK after 50 years, and in many of other countries where it's been translated. And it's a humbling thing. And as you know from your first book, I'm sure, we've never talked about what you went through, but I'm willing to bet it's the same. The doubts when you do that first book, and is this going in the right direction? And I spent 3 years on First Blood, and we're not talking about a casual this or that. I'm talking about every day. I was in graduate school at the time at Penn State, so I had a full load there. But every day I worked on that book, and I it would go in one direction. I said, no, that's not what I want. And it would go in another direction, and that's not what I want. And I went through 3 major different drafts, and and I don't know if this was the case with you, with the Terminalist, but there were a couple of times when I said, I don't think I can do this. But it finally came together because if you have faith in the story, did that happen to you?
I had faith in the story just because I had been thinking about it for so long, and I had such a foundation. Thanks to you, all the authors I read growing up, I had this solid foundation. I knew what I liked. I knew what I didn't. I knew what worked for me as a fan, as a reader. And so I felt very confident going in, but there's always that doubt. There's always that lingering doubt. I mean, who knows? No one might buy it. It might not resonate with people. You never know until it hits that marketplace. And then that's
Did you ever stop and say, no, I can't? This isn't right, or this is too hard, or anything like that?
Nope. I guess there's always going to be doubts at the beginning, just on the length. Like, how can I do this juggling a family, and I'm still in the military, and how long does it take to write 1,000 words a day? I don't know. Or how long does it take to write 2,500 a day? Or how long does it take if you're going to do a little research and just write 300 or 600 a day? Like, those are the things. Does it take 5 years, 2 years, 1 year? Like, do you weekends? How do you, life comes into play there, and you have a vacation or a family emergency or whatever it might be. So those were more of the doubts. Like, is this going to take 10 years or 1? And so you just don't know starting out. out. The typical advice you hear is 1,000 words a day, just keep going. Eventually you'll have a novel. But with life,
Exactly.
there's just, it was that
Uh,
wasn't really possible. So sometimes I was 2,500 a day. Sometimes it was 500 a day. Sometimes it was more research. But I always knew that there would be a novel, and it might just be from my bedside table. And if that's how
yeah,
it was, then that was going to be okay too.
that's what when I teach writing, I say anybody who sets out to write a novel, if you think about it that way, it's an undoable task. But if you say I can do this many pages a day, and this, of course, depends on whether you have a day job and whether you have a family and things of that nature. If you're a single parent, especially difficult. I'm reminded that some authors got up at 4:00 in the morning and did it. It's a drive. This is somewhat of an exaggeration, but you must want it almost more than life itself.
No, that's not an exaggeration, and it's hard for those who haven't done it to process that. And same thing with the SEAL team. Same thing with buds. You have to want that. You have to think,
Yes.
hey, the only way that I'm not going to make it through this training is if they kill me. And it's very similar in writing. And you get the same looks. I think we've talked about this before, but you get the same looks when you tell someone you want to be a SEAL as you do when you tell someone you're writing a novel. They kind of like pat you on the head, like you'll grow out of it.
Right.
Like, you know how hard that is. Very similar. And even if they don't mean to discourage you, it's just that look that you get. And any writer or author can understand that look, especially when you're just starting out and you tell someone you're going to embark upon this path, and they kind of discourage you because maybe, I don't know, they just haven't done it themselves. They wanted to do it themselves, or they just think, hey, that's an impossible task reserved for people with last names like King and Patterson or something like that.
But they did the same thing. In my writing book, I describe I have a quote from Francois Truffaut, the film director, who said, and you can apply this to writing a novel, that making a movie is like a stagecoach ride. At the start, it's very exciting, but at the end, you're happy to get off with your life.
I think there's something to that as we get to the end of this process of the Terminal List series, where we're doing the post-production now and doing the visual effects and all that sort of a thing. But your influence on me there was profound as well, in that when I first got the call from the showrunner, who's like, for those listening, is kind of like the director for a feature film. A showrunner manages the multiple directors and everything else going on in a series. But his experience, and I think most people in Hollywood, their experience with authors is that they want to get rid of that author right away.
Oh, that's almost always the case. It's enviable that they allowed you to be part of it.
Yeah, it's very different, I think. But the reason that they accepted me is because in that first phone call, when I think there was a little bit of apprehension, past experience with authors on set saying, you ruined my vision or whatever it might have been, I brought up First Blood. And I brought up in this initial call with the showrunner, and it put him immediately at ease because I got to talk about my experience as a reader and then as a fan of movies and TV series and these things. But I brought up First Blood, and I brought up the book being so different than the film, but both being amazing, incredible, iconic novel, iconic film. And I brought that up and showed that, hey, I understand that what we do here with the Terminal List is going to be different than the book, and that's okay. But I brought that up, and that immediately put him at ease. But that's all due to you.
This is, with First Blood, the novel, which we go back now to 1972, the publication date. Movie came out in 1982, so there's a 10-year difference, and there were 26 different scripts between novel and film. But I often compare the two projects, and just to remove any doubt, I admire the film adaptation considerably, enough so that I recorded an audio commentary that is on Blu-rays and 4Ks of the film, and it's a full-length audio commentary in which I talk about the origins of the novel and what the drama behind the scenes to get a movie made. People tell me they found it to be a pretty informative audio commentary. So if anybody's curious to get in depth here, but I think on different train tracks. And in fact, even though the movie uses most of, but not all of, the incidents in the novel, and of course changes the ending, even though it's so similar in plot, it's interesting to see how the novel has an interpretation of its events that the movie has a different, not a conflicting interpretation, but certainly a different interpretation. And so it's almost textbook. And I'm looking forward to seeing your limited series, the Terminal List, to see how that then works in terms of your book. But it's these things, when done so that both are, and I don't mean to be presumptuous, I'm speaking for myself, respectable novel and film adaptations, that they're in a way textbook, sort of film school examples of how these things can evolve and how necessarily they must be different, and yet they can still be respectful to the source material.
Exactly. And that was what was important to Chris Pratt, to Antoine Fuqua, the director, the showrunner. They wanted to stay true to that source material as far as authenticity, that darkness, that grittiness. And I think they did. So that was important to them from the outset. But I guess we should say there are going to be spoilers here. And anyone who has not read First Blood and has only seen the movie should stop listening to this right now, go get the book, read the book, and then come listen to the podcast. I feel like we shouldn't need to say spoiler alert if something's been out since 1972, but because in this case, so many people were introduced to your work through the film, a lot of people assume that they know the book because they saw the film, which is a very interesting type of a dynamic. But so go get the book, anyone listening, and then come back to the podcast. But First Blood's often been referred to as the father of the modern action novel. And it's a refighting of the Vietnam War on U.S. soil. And that really influenced me also in writing the Terminal List, in that you can read it a few different ways. It can just be a fun, grab it off the shelf and tear through it, and it's an action novel, wonderful. But you can go a little deeper into it as well. And someone who is a veteran of the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, bringing those wars home to the front doors of people who have been sending young men and women to their death for, at the time when I wrote it, 16 years, but obviously now a little more than that. So your influence on me was profound in so many different ways. But as you said, you started writing First Blood when you were a graduate student, and you went to Penn State to study Hemingway. And I have Hemingway's typewriter. You can't see it, but the people watching can see it. This is Hemingway's typewriter right here, on which he wrote A Movable Feast. Yeah.
Really?
And it's
that's amazing.
Yeah, it's crazy. So A.E. Hotchner had it. He gave it to Hemingway to write A Movable Feast on. And then when Hotchner passed away in 2020, all his possessions essentially went up for auction, and a fan got it for me and sent it to me, which is incredible.
I'm stunned. That's amazing. It's an amazing story. I was studying Hemingway at Penn State. A professor there named Philip Young had written the first book about Hemingway, and had written so wonderfully. This is almost impossible to imagine, but some professors do indeed write beautifully about literature, and compellingly. This is an important word to me, for something to be compelling. And I was in Canada at a small liberal arts college in a twin city called Kitchener-Waterloo in Ontario. And I'd read his book, and I bet we've not talked about this, but I bet in your life certain things have happened. You say, from that moment, you've changed. And when I read this book, Philip Young, Ernest Hemingway, I went home to my wife, who was then, we were newly married, and she was a history teacher in high school. And I said, I got this great idea. After I graduate from college, why don't you quit your job? And we're going to travel to the United States so I could study with this guy. And the assumption that he'd even accept me as a student. And my wife, being the kind of person that's cool, let's go. And so Hemingway, but the thing about Hemingway, you do this too. We don't write like Hemingway, but we both approach what we're doing with the attitude that Hemingway can be considered an action writer. Farewell to Arms, For Whom the Bell Tolls, To Have and Have Not, especially. And when I read him, it's as if no one had written action before. So the question to me was, how did he do this? and so, and Hemingway being Hemingway, he was constantly looking at the language to see how he could make it fresher. And I remember when I set out to write First Blood, a shot rang out and all this stuff, right?
Gunsmoke filled the air.
It's gunsmoke, even though they're in modern ammunition, there is no gunsmoke.
So great.
And it drives me crazy when I see this, and often by authors that you and I know, and I just sort of muzzle myself. And there's got to be a better way to do it. So when I started First Blood, I thought, how is this possible? And there's a moment early in the book, the first action scene, where Rambo's in the basement of the police station, and they're about to shave him, and he's having the flashback to when he was in the pit in Vietnam, and finally breaks and is going to fight back as if he's in the war, and he gets his hands on the razor, and he slices. And this is one of those. The movie is sort of, somebody once said the movie was War is Heck, and the novel is War is Hell, because he slices it and basically opens up the deputy's stomach. And the deputy looks down, and I can't remember the exact language, but it refers to as if a bicycle tire had split in the days of inner tubes, and that an inner tube was bulging, and that he pressed to try to put the inner tube back in. And I thought, all right, I see where I'm going now. Like the vividness, the unusual, the visceral, literally visceral quality of that description. And that became what I tried to do for the rest of the book. And my agent at the time was Henry Morrison, and he said, I don't know if I could place this, because until that time, action books had been paperbacks. And he said, I'll try it in a paperback. And by heaven, a company called M. Evans, which had been well known for nonfiction books such as Body Language and Open Marriage, and the revised the running book, was his name Cooper? It'll come to me. Anyway, he was the guy that started the jogging craze, which persists today. And the new aerobics, it was called.
Interesting. Okay.
And they had published this, but they hadn't done much fiction. And they said, we're going to do this as a hardback. This had never, it's never been done before, because the language was not pulpy, because it had, not a beautiful cover.
Amazing.
It's a lovely cover. That's the first edition in the United States. Yeah. I still have to smile. I remember, getting copies of it. So cool. And saying, wow. And the reviews saw that this was something different, so that it was reviewed almost everywhere. Life magazine, a lot of magazines not existent anymore, Saturday Night Review, Time, Newsweek, New York Times, blah, blah, blah. And I don't mean to say that, in a way putting down. I mean, I'm perhaps too casual about that, because it was a big deal, but it would take a long time to give the list. The only negative review was from Time magazine, which understood the change and called what I had done carnography.
Wow.
Which they defined as the meat novel equivalent of pornography.
Wow.
And in its way, that was the most important review of First Blood, because that writer, in a negative way, got it, that this was something different. And in your case, what I admire about many things about your work is your approach to language in the same way, that I don't find that, I've done this before, I'll just go through the motions. Every one of your action scenes has an approach that is not comparable to what I see in what we would describe as a standard action book.
Oh, thank you so much. I think about you when I'm writing, And I'm like, what would David think
Oh,
about this? I mean, there can't be a gunshot
yeah.
ringing out. There can't be gun smoke filling the air. I can't be regurgitating things that are in my subconscious because I've done so much reading. It has to be pulled from either my personal experience or looked at through the lens of maybe someone not familiar with the violence or something different. Just a little bit, even if it's just by a degree. But I do think about you. I'm like, oh, I can't have David reading the gunshot ring out here.
We were all influenced by writers, and I have the person I learned to write fiction from was a professional science fiction writer who was teaching writing at Penn State. His name was Philip Klass, and his pen name was William Tenn.
The dedication.
Now, I've written a few. Yes, it's to Philip Klass and William Tenn, each in his own way.
Love that.
And I have written a few science fiction things in short stories, but it's not my strength. But writing is writing, and often when I'm working, I'll say, what would Phil say? Would he be say, you can do better, or are you kidding me? And so we have built-in sensors, and I'm very flattered that I serve that function for you.
Oh, you certainly do. And in one of the, I think it's the Gauntlet Press edition of First Blood, you actually talk about the professor at Penn State and that couple lines that made you think, wow, this person is different. He's writing a book,
Yes.
but it's different than other things that have been written about Hemingway. It's a beautiful passage, and I can see why it influenced you so much. And I love the dedication. So even from the dedication, each in his own way, it's the First Blood starts off differently than other book, and even with that dedication, which is what I love, because most people would think it's two people, and then just go on to read the rest of the novel.
But a few knew, what I was doing. And then, of course, I struggled forever for the opening. Originally, structure is everything in a novel, but often an author is self-conscious and feels insecure. So originally, the novel began with the chase in the mountains. I figured, well, we'll start with something exciting, but I quickly realized that if we don't know who these people are, we don't care what happens in the chase. We have to identify with them. And so I backtracked on the plot. I kept going back and back and back to the place which I could not go any farther back. And that was when Rambo came to town and Teasel saw him. And then this sentence, his name was Rambo and he was just some nothing kid for all anybody knew, came to me. And that was during, I think, toward the end of the second draft. And I said, okay, now I know where I'm going. And the thing straightened itself out.
Nice. And I was going to read that opening line, but you have it memorized. So
yeah. Gee, can you imagine?
I mean, it started this whole journey, this phenomena that continues today. And gosh, so the First Blood experience, so most people see the Sylvester Stallone movie, they discover your work these days. I think that's probably in today's day and age how people find it. But the book is so wonderful and so different. So people discover a new Rambo when they read the book. But you have Rambo, you have Teasel, and Samuel Troutman. And what's interesting to people who are going to go from the movie to the book and not vice versa is that Rambo and Teasel get almost equal time. And I remember when I read this for the first time, and it must have been because I found because of my age, Rambo First Blood Part 2 movie novelization. Read that. I remember exactly what bookstore I was in and when I saw that book. And then when I remember exactly where I was when I read it cover to cover in one sitting. And I want to talk to you about that later because it spent 6 weeks on the New York Times list, which is
yes, it was
for a novelization is quite unique. And there's a whole story with that as well. But then I went Brotherhood of the Rose and then First Blood. So that was my path, and then to everything else. But what's interesting when you go that way is that you have protagonists and antagonists as the same people. Rambo is an antagonist and a protagonist, and so is Teasel. And then you have Samuel Troutman, who of course is Uncle Sam. But you have two different generations coming head to head. So how did that clash of generations become the focal point of this first novel?
Well, some of it was dictated by the subject matter. We have the the idea for the novel, as you know, came from a CBS Evening News broadcast I had seen in 1968. And just for some historical context, 1968 was one of the most violent years the United States knew, um, because of protests against the war and civil rights protests. And this was a violent time. Um, there weren't, I love to do this, there weren't 10 riots, there weren't 50 riots, there weren't 100 riots, there were several hundred riots. And many cities in the United States have still not recovered from the riots of 1968. Watts in Los Angeles, parts of Detroit, parts of Gary, Indiana. And we could go to, those are three big ones that come to mind. So that it was not uncommon to see on the news, as I did that night, um, a films about a news section about a firefight in Vietnam, fairly graphic, although weren't showing corpses, but there was certainly that grit feel to it, and to see military personnel patrolling American cities. And burnt out, gutted areas, cars that had been burned, buildings that had been burned. And I said, it's as if the war had come home. And that was the moment. And I should add as well, 1968, Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated and Robert Kennedy Jr. was assassinated. It was a bad year. And so the goal was to have a version of the Vietnam War in the United States. And what would be, at a certain point, you ask the logical questions, who can best represent this? And I thought I'll have somebody like Audie Murphy, America's most decorated soldier of World War II, who was deeply troubled after the war. He'd written a book about his experiences in the war to Hellenbach, and had planned to do another book about what it felt like peacetime after that. But did not. But he had what we now call PTSD in extreme. So I thought, and I was of a generation where I knew about Audie Murphy vividly. He'd become a movie star. He was a Western star. And if you see his movies, in the action scenes when he's using the weapons, something happens in his eyes. And it's as if he's back in Europe. So he became my, as people say, was there a character, somebody I had in mind for Rambo? Yes, Audie Murphy. But what would happen if Audie Murphy was in Vietnam and Medal of Honor, comes back, he grows a beard, and you in 1968, you would not have been going down the street without police officers challenging you. And I'm Canadian, so I'm a little more conservative by nature, but I grew this mustache in 1968 to see as an experiment, and immediately people in authority hassled me.
Interesting.
And so I was sort of method acting, as it were, to see, the emotions that endangered or that created. So what would happen if Audie Murphy came back from Vietnam, received the Medal of Honor, grew a beard, had his hair down to here at a time when, no, that was not something. And what would happen if he were, from his point of view, this is very important, because the movie chooses to see everything from Rambo's point of view. But the novel says, all right, there are two sides to this. And so a police officer in 1968, the book was published in 72, but it's essentially the same thing. What would he think and how would he react? And in fact, for the time, Teasle was acting fairly moderately to him. But, so then we'd go back and forth. We'd have Rambo looking at Teasle, Teasle looking at Rambo. And their inability to cross-reference and see where the other guy was coming from. And it took me a while to understand that the theme of the book would be best expressed by this alternating viewpoint.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't until near the end of the second draft of the novel that I realized this was the way that plotted the conflict in the very form of the book, so that we'd see Rambo and say, yeah, that, so and so Teasel. And then we go into Teasel's mind. We say, well, wait a minute. I guess I was wrong. That Rambo, what's the matter with him? And then we go back and forth, and it would be so confusing for the reader, like who to cheer for. And then we add to the fact, as I said, sort of by necessity, Teasel had to be older than him.
Mm-hmm.
So then at the time, the generation gap was a big deal. Rambo at the time, a young person's war, 21 years old, maybe. I never say how old he is, but he would have been young. As you know, I went to Iraq in 2010 as part of the first USO authors tour to a war zone. And I was, in my innocence, I hadn't realized how much older, I say that respectfully, 30s, 40s, 50s, that many of the service people I met over there were. They were not young people's wars. At least, a different subject. But so by definition, Teasel would have been, because he had been in Korea, and that gave me a chance to talk about Korea and what that was like as a traditional, if there's such a thing, tactic war, compared to Vietnam, which, while the military tried often as hard as it could to make it a traditional war, it was the guerrilla tactics that were making the difference. And as you know from your history of warfare in the military, there was a major conflict in the United States military about how this war was going to be conducted. And a lot of them were reluctant to use special operations personnel because they thought of them as being somehow so unconventional that they couldn't be controlled. And that became part of the theme. So it was Korea versus Vietnam in terms of tactics. It was an older man versus a young man. And also I thought of Teasel as being a sort of Eisenhower Republican, as representing a conservative political, not in the way conservatism is now, but a more moderate version of what conservatives were at that time. Whereas Rambo, I thought of as having been so disaffected from the war that he was almost the equivalent, eventually, of of the SDS people, the Students for a Democratic Society, which were left violent protesters, which it goes against some conventional thinking about these things. So I had it all. I had like at least 3 conflicts going between the age, between the political attitudes, and between the war. And that anytime you can get that kind of coming together of opposites, you have the opportunity for a good story.
And in this case, conflict. And Teasel is old enough to be Rambo's father.
Yes.
That conventional versus guerrilla warfare. In the book, you go much more into Korean War. The movie, you have a hint. And I love that. I love the little the hints in films for those, because it's like a reward for those who have read the novels. And so there's a medal behind or in front on the desk.
Case of medals behind Brian Dennehy. It's not pointed up, but it's there. I mean, he's got. I have to go take a look. As I recall, at least 3. And they don't make a big deal of it, but it is there, so we know he had a military background, which is a good way for a movie. If they're not going to explore it in an obvious way, it's a good way at least to put that subliminal detail in there, so we can intuit things about the character.
Oh, I love that. And when you see the terminal list, there's a scene that it's James Reese's workspace in his garage, essentially his office, and there's books back there, a couple of stickers, some things on the wall. So there's some little rewards there for people who have spent time in the pages of the novels. But now that that almost 50 years have passed since that publication day. And when this podcast drops, it'll be that week of publication.
Oh, fine. That's
But
exciting.
when you look back on that, on the 50 years, and have taken a breath and just watched everything that has transpired over this last 50 years since you wrote those opening lines and worked through those first drafts, did your father being shot down in World War II impact the novel? Was it conscious, unconscious, or was there an influence there? And I know that we've talked about my grandfather being killed in World War II off Okinawa, a Corsair pilot, kamikaze, hit the deck of his aircraft carrier, and he was in the ready room, and it was almost a direct hit there. And of course, that influenced me. Continues to influence me today. And then I got that popular culture influence with Baba Black Sheep Squadron, Robert Conrad playing Pappy Boynton, flying the same plane my grandfather did, both Marines.
Oh, wow.
So I had that cultural influence as well, and then that family history. But did you think about that at all as you were writing this novel, or was there anything that, looking back, that might have been written into the pages subconsciously?
I think some of it was subconscious. My father was a British naval pilot, and his job, he was shot down shortly after the D-Day landing over France. He was shot down, and his job was to fly over where British naval shells were hitting, and to report where they were hitting, so that the ships could adjust the trajectory of the barrels. And he was shot down. And I grew up with my mother. I say grew up, I was up till maybe when I was 3 or 4. And I didn't know that I'd visit, somehow I'd be with friends, and they had this guy hanging around. There was the mother. I thought the normal household was a mother and a child. And I didn't know sometimes men lived in this household too. So I was very puzzled to see this. And I did not get some clarity on this. My mother was a brilliant seamstress, but was unable to work and take care of me, and of necessity at a time when, if single parents say there's not enough social help for them now, certainly there wasn't then. And my mother reluctantly put me in an orphanage. So for a year, in my memory, I was alone, as it were, in an orphanage. And that, I'm conditioned. I'm very comfortable being by myself. And then she subsequently boarded me on a Mennonite farm, where the man, his name was Wilfred Shantz. He was a Mennonite, and he was friendly but stern. It was from him I learned that I had to chew 50 times before I swallowed. And to this day, I am a slow eater. I have great respect for the Mennonites. This was just a thing we had between us. It's interesting that the first name of Teasel is Wilfred. And whether I chose that deliberately or not, I cannot remember any longer. I just knew that was his name. Subsequently, my mother remarried to someone who was supposed to be a substitute father, but didn't like children, didn't know how to relate to them. So we had a very contentious. If I had 100 sentences that we exchanged in my entire experience with him, that would have been a lot. Wow. So my this figure of the ambiguous father figure is certainly present in First Blood. And you mentioned kindly Brotherhood of the Rose. The same thing happens there. We have orphans. I mean, what I just told you, we have the orphans with the, as it were, foster father, the substitute father, who turns out not to really be what he said he was, and wasn't really the father that he claimed to be. When Saul in Brotherhood of the Rose gets his revenge, I can't deny that a little bit of my anger to my stepfather, came out. So half deliberate, half subconscious. But as I tell when I teach writing, I say, look, don't try to be somebody else. Don't try to be another author. That the fans for that other author are fine just the way everything is. You have to figure out who you are, or at least allow portions of your personality to announce themselves, so that you write books that only you could have written. And I can't guarantee you earn a living as a writer doing this, but I can guarantee the other way, you're not going to do very well. So, but anyhow, that's how that antagonism between the young man and the older authority figure came about.
And that advice you just gave to writers there, I encourage everybody to go to your website, davidmorrell.net. There's some amazing writing advice on there. So go there, check all of that out. And then the book also, which is back here in this stack right here. This one's called Lessons from a Lifetime of Writing on the outside, but the other one has the Successful Novelist, which is the trade over here somewhere.
The Lessons from a Lifetime was published by Writer's Digest. And when that book, for whatever reason, the rights came back to me, I can't recall what that was about. I think they were minimizing their publications. Source Books then republished it with a slight revision. It's essentially the same book, with the exception that I added a book about marketing. But it's interesting that version, the successful, I can't speak, the Successful Novelist,
yes.
Was published in 2009, and the advice I gave about marketing, and also about how you submit things to publishers, it all changed. I still in the Successful Novelist talk about sending actual printed pages, physical pages, to a publisher. Well, that's not going to work anymore. It's all digital. So I doubt there'll ever be a revised, that Source Book will ever say we're going to release another version. But it is interesting that since 2009, how much things changed, and that advice I gave in those small areas are no longer valid.
Well, it's interesting. And then on the website also, there's, 3-minute video that you do on there with your advice just broken down just so clearly. It's fascinating. Every author needs to go, every writer, aspiring author needs to go and watch that.
There is in 2000, I keep forgetting when the pandemic started, 2 months before the shutdown started to occur and people were not meeting in public the same way. I live in Santa Fe, New Mexico, and an hour south of me is Albuquerque, New Mexico, where the Southwest Writers Organization is based. And every Saturday, or maybe it's every month on a Saturday, they have a meeting. And so occasionally I give talks there. So just before the pandemic, I gave a talk which they recorded full length. So it's a 50-minute talk. Unfortunately, it's a static camera, so I couldn't move the way I usually do when with pacing back and forth and all that. And that 1 hour, that 50-minute talk is also on my website on the writing page.
Yeah, I know it's so much great advice on there. And interestingly, you mentioned not sending things printed out. I didn't know that really. So I sent mine printed to Emily Bessler at Emily Bessler Books, Atria Simon and Schuster. I printed it and I found out exactly what font she preferred. I found out exactly how she liked the margins and the spacing, and that's how I printed it, and that's how I sent it in November of 2016. And then she called me in December, and we met in person in New York, and went from there.
So do you think, now we don't want to start an inundation of the publishers with all these manuscripts showing up. And that was 2016, not 2022. No. Do you think that unusual, the pages actually showing up and looking professional? Because you might not know. I've seen this. I've been in offices in the day when they got printed. You can't believe how junky they look. They're single spaced. They're all in italics.
Oh, wow.
heavens, all the thing. And then people just say, well, they don't know the business and it's tossed. Would you say that sort of that unusual presentation for you helped get the attention?
I think so. Being a little bit different, taking that extra time. So I
Yeah.
got it as good as I could possibly get it, make it look as close to being an actual book as I could. And then I
Yes.
knew she didn't like it bound, which is how I do it here when I do my edits. I bind it with that little spiral binding, and I put
Oh,
a little back
interesting.
on it, and I put a cover on it. So I'm reading it. I try to experience it like a reader reading it for the first time when I go back through and
Yes.
start my edits with with this red pen.
And
But
and as you know, I think we've talked about, or you know from what I've written, I advocate digital and analog editing, so that while I write on a computer, most of the time there are a few cases where I write in where I wrote in longhand. I then print out and go to a different place from where I
yes,
write, because your mind changes.
yep.
And I, with whatever color pen, maybe the more dramatic, the better. Go through it, and then make the changes. They're not huge, because otherwise you'd be paralyzed. And
Mhm.
then put them back into the digital version, and then continue. And that going back and forth is, I think, really helpful in terms of getting a fresh look at what you're doing.
Yep. No, it's exactly what I do. I go to a different place, and my wife says, "Don't you have an office? Why are you not reading this in your office?" I go, well, I have to go to a
Yeah,
different place to read it in a
that's
different
right.
spot. It's so important.
Yes.
And then I have a different computer also for just writing. So I have two separate laptops, one for business and everything else, and then one that is only for writing. And the only reason it's connected to the internet is so that Word can do its update. But other than
Yeah.
that, it's just for writing. So I know when I open that, there's no other distractions, and now it's time to get to work.
That's really good. I don't use a laptop, so I use my computer's like that big. But that's a further extension of what you're talking about. Plus, it may be helpful in terms of viruses and things getting into the manuscript. And I do not trust the cloud, so I don't send anything to the cloud. I
Mm.
I back up with a separate hard drive at the end of the day, and then the specific manuscript that I'm working on, I back up secondly with a flash drive.
Oh, that's good.
And then I keep both of these in separate places. And I heard this terrible story once. An author said, "Oh, I backed up. I had this and I had that," but she kept them all connected to the computer.
Oh,
And when the lightning strike happened, I mean, how God forbid, I mean, how tragic, but it's all destroyed. But and I keep those two things in separate places in the house, so that in the event of a fire, Lord knows what, um, I know they're separate from from the office. And I can get to them if I have to. I mean, if I necessarily just grab like a football, take the hard drive,
yeah, no, that is very smart right there. I wonder how many people have had that experience of getting near to the end of their first novel. It doesn't matter what number novel it is, but first novel would just be heartbreaking. Any of them would be heartbreaking. But
Yes.
leaving a physical copy, maybe in the days when one typed everything and left it on a subway or left it on a bus in a backpack or had it stolen, it was out of their car or something like. There's got to be so many stories that are like that. They're
And
just
well,
heartbreaking.
I'm sure you know the story about Hemingway, where his first wife, Hadley, he was a newspaper person as well as a novelist, although he hadn't been published yet. And he was in Switzerland covering a peace conference, and she went to visit him, and he'd met someone of influence. So she packed up the typescripts, got on the train, and that was the end of that. The suitcase was stolen, and that's one of the great. There've been a lot of novels written
Sure.
about what was in the suitcase. And so this is why I recommend that at some point you print out, the trees, and it's the environment and all of that, but print the damn thing out and have it someplace, so that in the event of all other catastrophes, you have the print version.
Yep. No, sage advice right there. And so I'm going to do another spoiler alert here, because now this is the time we talk a little bit about it. But for sure now, if you have not read the book, definitely go and get it and stop listening to this and then come back to it. But so both Rambo and Teasel die at the end of the book.
Yes, that's correct.
Rambo
Yes.
kills Diesel. Samuel Troutman kills Rambo. The system, Uncle Sam that created Rambo,
Yes.
destroys him in the end. And I mean, pure genius. How did you have that ending in mind when you started? Did you have an outline? Did you know where you were going to end up, or did that come about naturally as you progressed through the manuscript?
No, I knew it. There were, and remember, you have acquired a classical education by diligence, reading the masters and analyzing them and learning. And forgive me if I include myself in,
Oh,
but our
absolutely.
admiration for Jeffrey Household,
Yes.
our admiration for, so many that you beautifully echo in your, and forget me, Household, for example, was I exchanged letters with him.
Love that story.
He was for me, he's the guy.
Didn't he write something back to you that stands out?
Oh, yes. I sent him. He's British, and he came from Rogue Mail, Roguemale. It's his great book. There, he wrote several others, but that's the greatest. And that was published in 1939. It's about a British big game hunter who stalks Hitler on the eve of the Second World War. And it's a clever book because he gets caught on the first page, and it's not about the actual stalking; it's about what happened afterwards. Brilliant. But he and I exchanged letters because I had sent him a letter about how in awe I was, and he kindly responded. And at one point, I sent him a typescript of First Blood to get a publicity quote, and he declined because he said, "Oh dear me, no, it's far too bloody." But it seemed to me the title would have been a clue, But that again, we go back to the Time magazine, an indication of how the world had changed from Household's time. And he was reacting as it were like the Time magazine reviewer and saying, no, this is too strong. And oddly, First Blood, I think it still has that visceral impact, but other book, yours, for example, will continue and test the boundaries. So, but here's a joke. There is one of his films, one of his books, Rogue Mail, was adapted into several films, and they get commentaries, so a British critic named Chris Newman is my recollection of who it was. I've met him, and he was saying, well, a lot of people don't know who Jeffrey Household is anymore, but if you've read David Morrell's work, you can get an idea. And I thought Household would be turning in his grave if he knew this. But it's funny how all that happens.
I think that's called poetic justice, because his certainly isn't. It's a very violent book, especially with the entrails at the end and the whole. I mean,
yes.
And I credit him, of course, as I do you in Savage Son in the back. There's 4 novels that specifically, one's a novella that influenced Savage Son, my third novel there. But yes. Rogue Mail was one of them. But I love that story when he writes back to you. It says it was too violent. I think that's just so classic.
I was crushed, but we moved forward. And John D. McDonald was then kind enough. I didn't know John, but the publisher contacted him and said, author I greatly admire, particularly for Travis McGee, right, but also for the others, the standalones. And he graciously gave me my first.
Oh, that's
quote.
Nice. That's a good guy to get one from. That's for
what
sure.
Did he say? He said, "One hell of a hard, fast novel." So okay, we'll go with
it. Yeah.
I never had the chance to meet him.
Mm. Yeah, no, I'd go with that one. I have his collection around in the other room, but they're not first edition. I have one first edition actually, that's in a hardcover of his, but everything else is the more modern.
Well, most of them were in paperback to start with, and it was only near the end of the Travis McGee series that they began releasing them in hardback. Got it. So it'd be pretty hard to find hardbacks for most of them.
Yeah, I think I just have about one, but. Interesting also that First Blood, if people have seen the films, especially the first 3, and they focus on the second and third, that the book First Blood is really an anti-war book and about how things escalate out of a
Yes.
refusal to see something from someone else's point of view. And when you
Yes.
read it with that in mind, I mean, it's a very rich reading experience. Obviously, you can read it through and just have a great time, but you can also go a little deeper. And obviously, that's something that influenced me quite a bit. But it's something also that today I think would be quite helpful when we're
Yes.
thinking about misunderstandings or
Yes.
inability to see something from someone else's perspective, and then engage in a thoughtful, productive way. But this, obviously,
Yes.
First Blood highlights this at the extreme.
Mhm.
And can you talk about that anti-war aspect of it, and then that deeper aspect of not being able to see something from someone else's point of view?
Well, as you alluded to earlier, the book, and we're jumping around because you also asked me if I had that ending in mind, and yes, I had the ending in mind from the start,
Wow.
and this in fact dovetails in that I saw the film, I saw the book as a allegory, in which these two they would represent opposing sides, and that they destroy each other, or more specifically, the system would destroy them. And that you mentioned earlier, Samuel Troutman, his first name is deliberately chosen because he represents Uncle Sam. He is the system. And now he changes somewhat in the films, but I was privileged to have several conversations with Richard Crenna, and about his confusion as to how he felt about the character.
Mm.
And so you see often an ambivalence in the way Richard plays the role.
Whatever possessed God in heaven to make a man like Rambo?
God didn't make Rambo. I made him.
Who the hell are you?
Sam Trotman. Colonel Samuel Trotman.
You know, he was just so gifted at what he did. So I felt that that first book would, the idea would be to pull back and look at, as if we were, let's say, looking at the Trojan War, maybe, and how, like what, and then in the second and third films we have a different character. Even the movie Rambo is somewhat different from the novel Rambo. The movie Rambo in 2 and 3 is different from the movie Rambo. He is now almost a recruiting poster. And in fact, when I was one of my most profound conversations, which I did not have an answer for, when I was going to Iraq with USO tour, when it was a war zone. Before that, we went to 2 military hospitals in the DC area. And we didn't go to, for whatever reason, we went to people who had lost an arm, lost 2 arms, lost a leg, lost 2 legs, lost everything. And they were going to be there for a very long time because of the medical procedures to try to get it, because as you know, getting hit with a bullet is not like in the movies. And the physical damage is enormous and long lasting. And there were smallish rooms. It was a bed to the right usually, and then there was a chair over here, kind of a lounger, and that lounger functioned often as a bed, that it could be. And a man's wife would be there, and she had been there for 4 months, 5 months, living in that chair. His mother maybe was there. And so the only reason I could have done this is because my son, Matthew, died from a rare bone cancer. And I'd been in children's cancers wards after lots of amputations. And my granddaughter, Natalie, died from the same rare bone cancer. And she lost her left pelvic bone, and both of them. It was just terrible. But somehow I was able to say, Matt, Natalie, stay with me here, because this is one of the most difficult, apart from the deaths of these children, as difficult a thing as I've ever done. And to a person, and there was maybe 12 people, I can't recall now, but there might have been at least 12. I went from room to room, and I was by myself. They said they had joined the military because of the Rambo movies. And I said, well, then in some way am I responsible, well, the book to the movie to the movies, am I responsible for you being here? And they said, I'd do it again. Now, this is a very complicated topic. And as you know, often that's about the loyalty to the unit. That's about the family of your fellows in the unit. And, to get back to that unit, and that urge, the love for that unit. I mean, very complicated. So when I think of 2 and 3, I think of the effect that it had on not an entire generation of young men, but certainly a lot of them. And how Sly, occasionally he phones me. We're not close friends. I never had dinner with him, for example. But Sly phoned me as he was making Rambo 4, what I call Rambo 4. It's just called Rambo. And he said, in retrospect, he was uncomfortable about 2 and 3, that it glamorized the violence, the warfare, and that he was going to try to make a Sam Peckinpah version of a Rambo film to answer those films. And the director's cut of that movie, he said, I'm going back to your novel. He says, in that movie, I'm going to try to have the tone of your novel. So I thought that was pretty interesting. And there are strong lines in it where Rambo says, wars, old men start them, young men fight them, nobody wins. The feature that was released is a shorter version of the director's cut, which is available, and it's well worth taking a look at that in terms of the history of everything. So, to get back to the novelizations which you were mentioning, I was the only person by contract who could write a book about Rambo. So the producers, whom I liked a lot, and Andy Vanya, one of the Rambo producers, I was closer to him than Mario Casar. Not that there's any problem with Mario, it's just that I never had as many conversations. Andy and I are pretty close. And anyhow, I had unusual attitude as a consequence. I received, at first I didn't want to do them, but as I looked at the scripts and I thought, well, wait a minute, let me understand this. Rambo is, as it were, trying for redemption by going back to the prisoner of war camp from which he escaped. And in the movie, it's a throwaway line. And I thought, no, if I'm going to do this, and I've now attempted to do it, I'm going to explore what it would feel like for him. And that addressing the nightmares and coming to terms with, now into the past, which is a frequent theme of mine. And so that I was very, very happy to do that. And also, if you're a James Cameron fan, before James Cameron was James Cameron, before Aliens, people knew about the Terminator, but it was sort of a, closely held secret among fans. He did the first script for Rambo 2. And it was quite different. It was very violent and very dark. And I was given that script in addition to the shooting script for what was released, so that the novelization became the shooting script with a third of James Cameron's script with a third of me. Very unusual. And then in Rambo 3, I thought, we're missing the point here. that Afghanistan was Russia's Vietnam. So what I want to do is investigate that with Rambo being aware of what's happening, but also I'm going to invent a counterpart for him in the Russian military who's very aware of what's going on and understands, because Vietnam has already happened, understands what the Russia's experience in Afghanistan is historically. So that was a lot of fun to do. So these novelizations are in effect almost real novels, but they are based upon the shooting scripts as well. But you raised it, so I thought I'd put that in. It's a little lengthy to explain it, but
No, it's fascinating. I have some more questions about them later, actually. But this is my original right there that I picked up in that bookstore so long ago. Still have it today. And then not too long after, I got this one right here because I'm like, wait, there's another cover.
Yes, there is.
I still have but this is the one that I read cover to cover back in between 6th and 7th grade that summer, right here. And for people that are wondering, because we did mention that Rambo dies in the first one,
yes,
I love that. So, and I found the second movie, and then this before I saw First Blood, before I read First Blood, because of just my age. And so I opened this after seeing the movie, and I read in my novel First Blood, Rambo died. In the films, he lives. Boom.
Yeah.
Perfect.
It's I don't know if there's ever been anything like it. I mean, Sherlock Holmes died and he came back to, there was an explanation, but the movies are pretty, the book's pretty final. Although Rambo did die at the end of the original cut of First Blood.
I want to ask you about that too. So I've seen that director's cut. I've seen that people can find it on either I think there's special features in a few of the different DVD versions. I think you can find it on YouTube as well. But maybe it's because I saw the movie not too long after I saw the first one, and then read this, and then I saw First Blood. Then I read the book after I read Brotherhood of the Rose, but all in a very short time period right there. And then I didn't see that alternate ending until so long later, until the advent of technology allowed for these things to. And I like the way the movie ended, the actual one.
It's better. The one for those who are curious, although as you say, it is available, but it doesn't, it's, the film elements have not been preserved. It's not very good looking, but basically Rambo takes they're in the police station and Teasel has a handgun, and Rambo takes it from him and commits suicide, which is, as Sly himself said, no, this is not the way to do this. And it was shown at a test audience in Las Vegas, Nevada, and they were not happy. I wouldn't have been either, because of the way it was set up. The movie had its own logic. And so Andy and Mario, and your relationship with the folks doing Terminal List, Andy and Mario, again, not Mario so much, except when we met in person, but Andy and I would have frequent conversations on the phone. He's, alas, no longer with us either. And we would talk about, the reasons they had done this and that. And he told me they never planned to make a sequel. Mm-hmm. They thought it was a one-off, and they hoped that they'd have, a success with it. And then by accident, as it were, because of the demands of the audience in Las Vegas, Nevada, they said, well, I guess we better go back. And so they had to go back to British Columbia, where the film was made, because of difference in the value of currency, and also because the Canadian, if you used enough Canadian people on the production, there was a benefit, a financial benefit. So they went back and got Richard and everybody back there to do the ending that we now know. And then they said, because the picture did very well. It was in the top 5 for 7-8 weeks, which is in October, which is not a good month in those days for releasing a film. So it's funny how things happen that are out of your control.
Sure. And there's a lot. I mean, there's some other things there. Rambo gets a first name and a middle initial in the
Yes,
in the
yes.
film. It moves from Kentucky to the Pacific Northwest. So there's those little changes, and then of course there's the larger changes as well. But it all works. That's what I love so much about both the book and the film.
Well, here's another example, and again, your wonderful relationship with the showrunner for Terminal List. Andy phoned me one day and said, we think for financial reasons, we're going to make the movie in British Columbia to double for the Pacific Northwest in the United States. If we move the location from Kentucky, and what I wanted is a semi-Southern, not Cracker Barrel, but, with a slightly Southern flavor to it. And he said, if we move to the Pacific Northwest, is there anything in the plot which will be destroyed? Now, what a smart man, right? And I said, no, it's fine. You can, no difficulty at all. You lose a little subtext, but it's not worth worrying about given the larger issues. So again, another example of how you can sometimes have good cooperation.
Oh yeah, and it's such a beautiful film, everything about it. But getting back to the book, how do you think being a Canadian influenced your writing of this first novel?
Tremendously. I mean, people. I have for now. I am an American citizen, but I retained Canadian citizenship. It's you're without question allowed to do this. But when you receive the American citizenship, the pledge is that is your dominant loyalty, and for business reasons, and I have relatives in Canada. There were good reasons to retain the citizenship. Now I'm talking about the citizen. Oh, okay. So in 1966, when we moved to the United States, Vietnam was not in Canadian news. It was considered an American issue. So we came to the United States. And my wife and I, we by then had a very small baby daughter. And so I arrive at Penn State, I meet fellow graduate students, and they're all worried about being drafted. And I'm saying, for what? Yeah. And now this was 66. All right. So the Gulf of Tonkin incident had occurred, and which is a whole other issue that one can talk about,
Sure.
whether it was an actual event or not. One of them was suggesting that somebody else shoot him in the foot or break his tooth. I don't know what the heck all they were going to do to each other in order to have an injury that would prevent them from being drafted. And so I began learning about, what all this was. And of course, in the day before the internet, although, God knows what's on the internet and how much is reliable, but, trying to figure out what was happening and why it was happening. And then, of course, the protests and a lot of these were affiliated with civil rights protests because a lot of blacks went to Vietnam because they didn't have the opportunity for the deferment that some people, whites of means, did. And it had been emphasized to me when we crossed the border. And I don't object to this. I have, as a Canadian, if I go to someone's home and they're talking about things that I disagree with, I'll make some polite noises and shut the hell up. If I'm on the street with them, I don't consider the guest-host relationship to be in effect anymore, and I will speak my mind. So that was the metaphor. So we are guests in a country. You do not have a right to voice opinions about political whatever matters. And we didn't. Again, that Canadian kind of thing. And the consequence was that it's the old cliche of the fly on the wall, that I'm watching all this unfold and having no public opinion about it, but I sure have a lot of thoughts. And so in some ways, I think that Rambo Teasel was a representation of that structure was a representation of me back here saying, can't you guys just talk?
Yeah.
And interestingly, when Richard Brooks, the initial film deal was with Columbia Pictures for Richard Brooks, a director, writer I admire greatly, to do the picture. In Cold Blood, The Professionals, Elmer Gantry, great filmmaker. And I actually, Columbia flew me out to meet with Brooks. And we had a falling out because his idea for the ending, which was true to the theme, but would have been so deadly, was that Rambo and Teasel would be talking and there'd be the military, and the police and all this over here, and somehow a shot would occur. And that then would spook other people and they'd start shooting, and Teasel would be in the middle of this. And he'd say, wait a minute. So he and Rambo would have to run and dive into a ditch. And as bullets kicked up the dirt, this is so horrible.
I know.
They would kick up the dirt. Teasel would look at Rambo and say, it's so.
I know. It's hard to even say.
It's to say, none of this would have happened if only we tried to understand each other. And then he said, what do you think? Okay, I was a guest, but it's professional. And I said, I think that's not going to work. I don't think people are. And the next thing I knew, I was out on the street. That's a whole different story.
Wasn't there a buzzer under the desk or something like that?
Yeah. Well, I maintain this. All of a sudden, the phone rang when I disagreed with him. I said, this reminds me of a cavalry picture with we now would say Native Americans, but Indian, at the time. And he said, so there's the Indians, there's the cavalry, and the hero and the Indian are talking, and a shot rings out, and they're all, shot rang out, right? Oh my God. And I said, it's sort of, and he looked at me, and then he sort of leaned this way. It was almost as if he was breaking wind. and the phone rang. Now I have no way to prove this, but I'm convinced he had a buzzer under his desk, and that it would ring the phone, so he was moving his knee in order to, and he picked it up and he said, yes, yes, yes. And he hung up and he said, my mother-in-law wants me to drive her to the airport. Thank you for coming.
It's fantastic.
So, and that's a whole other story, but as I said, over the years, I have to laugh at the story, and I greatly admire him. And I'm so sorry I never got to, it never got on. But, and that's not to put down the existing movie. It's like alternate realities.
Sure. And things, the progression of how this came to be is it's another book in and of itself, really. But you had a few things also that happened in there in the late 60s, early 70s. We had the Kent State shooting that influenced you, riots at the Democratic Convention in Chicago.
Yes.
And then there was an incident in Pennsylvania in 1966, a manhunt that became known as the Shade Gap Incident. How did that play into this?
Oh, a big deal, because that had happened a little bit before my wife and I arrived in Penn State's in the center of Pennsylvania, in a mountain valley, not like your mountains, they're my mountains, but eastern mountains, maybe 5,000 feet tall, maybe, but it's a mountain valley nonetheless. They call Happy Valley, and Penn State is there. It's very, very isolated in its way, although it changed a little bit now. And I might have been 65, but it was shortly before we'd arrived. And a mountain man, a real mountain man, who I guess living. I don't know how he was surviving up there, but he abducted a young woman and took her back up there, and somehow people knew what had happened. So at that time, the largest manhunt in Pennsylvania history occurred, where police and National Guard and all kinds of others, there were hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people scouring the countryside, and it didn't end well for him. But I remember reading about it, and when the plot for First Blood occurred, and you and I have talked about Joseph Campbell and The Hero with a Thousand Faces, which I know influenced you as much as it did me, and his analysis of, you can't follow this like a blueprint, but it helps to understand stories. His analysis of the structure of mythic stories, and Campbell had an idea that stories, the 3-act structure, could be a little bit like youth, middle age, and old age, and the different perspectives you have. Or what happens in many lives is you grew up in a place, you go off and experience life, and then you come back to that place to discover it wasn't at all what you thought it was in your memory. So First Blood has a 3-act structure, which is the town, the mountain, and the town. And, separation, initiation, and return is how Joseph Campbell explains it. And so I had to have, I'm thinking, how's this going to work? And the Shade Gap incident then became, sort of the model that I knew in real life this could happen. And I knew, there were stories about groups, bumping into each other and the confusion and all of that. So I knew there was plenty of believable opportunity for the kind of conflict that I would have in the novel. So that was a really important thing for me. And for all I know, it still is the most, the biggest manhunt in Pennsylvania history.
Interesting. And then the name Rambo, I love the story of where it came from, because now we have this character internationally known in thriller genre, along with Tarzan, James Bond, Harry Potter, Sherlock Holmes, Rambo. And you're writing the story. At what point in the narrative do you finally figure out the name? And did you have a placeholder in there before, or was it just a couple X's? How did you do that?
It was blanks. I knew I wanted. I didn't want him to have a first name. The movie adds the first name, but it's the logical name in the movie. In a sense, all returned veterans are, when Johnny comes marching home, he's Johnny. I mean, that's a given. So if they wanted to do that, fine. And they wanted to soften the movie, wanted to soften the characters so much, so give a first name, but not in the book. I wanted one name and relentless force in it, and I couldn't think of it. And I'm writing the book, and my wife and I were living in a 1-bedroom, 1 living room, kitchen together. Student housing unit, and I had my little desk next to our daughter's crib and the bed where my wife and I slept in. So she came back. We had very little money, but Penn State graciously had given me a scholarship. Basically, they paid my tuition and gave me a little money so I could afford to live there. And my wife came back, and I remember we still talk about this. She paid 25 cents. All right, now how's this for an investment? She paid 25 cents when she and our daughter were driving somewhere, and she saw a roadside apple stand, and so she paid 25, and she got a bag of apples. Now, I love to tell this story because this is Joseph Campbell stuff. The apple thing is so mythic. And so she comes home with the apples, and I'm, the genius at work, and I have like a blank spot for the guy's name, and I have pages and pages with his blank spot for the name. And she says, I bought some apples. I remember vividly, it's about 3:00 on a Saturday afternoon, because my life changed. And she said, I bought these apples. Have one. Yeah. The genius.
Working.
Yeah. And she asked me again, and how it can be. You say, oh, okay, to get rid of somebody, give me the apple. So I bit into the apple and all that mythic resonance. And I did what anybody does in that circumstance. This tastes pretty good. What's it called? And she said, Rambo. And I said, what? And she said, it's a Rambo apple. Now, a lot of people don't know about the Rambo apples. In Pennsylvania, in central Pennsylvania, it's a common variety. And when I love to extend this. When Johnny Appleseed, John Chapman, went through Pennsylvania, Indiana, and Ohio planting apple orchards, they were Rambo apple trees. It's a Scandinavian variety. And she said Rambo, and I said, spell it Rambo. And I knew immediately. Now, some folks listening to this will say, "Oh, well, hell, anybody could do that." Somebody, Apple and blah blah blah. But and I know that if for a professional author, nothing goes by you. That everything that happens to you, you're thinking, "Can I use it?" So, somebody who was a civilian, so to speak, would have said, "Oh, that's an interesting name," and have gone back saying, "Why can't I find a name for this character?" But being a kind of vacuum cleaner, I said, "Yeah, that was it." And so 25 cents, dividend on the investment. Wow.
I mean, incredible. I mean, it's imagine if she hadn't stopped for those apples that day, what you would have come up with, maybe, or what would have.
Well, Macintosh is always a joke. Somebody says it,
it
don't
wasn't
do
taken
it,
yet.
Macintosh. Yeah, it wasn't taken yet. But in any career, and we've not, another time, in your career, I'm sure. Just as in mine, sometimes things happen that are inexplicable, that they happen exactly when they should. And I'm a fatalist, and I tend not to. Uh, I think that's probably the wrong word, but I guess I embrace chaos theory, and so I have trouble believing in a pattern. But sometimes things have happened that I have to say, wow, how did that occur?
Incredible. And the names are so important. And I love how you write about picking names for characters before you're starting the book. So you don't have names that start with the same letter, end with the same letter, sound the same, rhyme, all that sort of end in an S, like all those sorts of things, the advice that you give, which I do. And sometimes I put placeholders in there because I'm not sure, but then I get to know the character as that name, and that placeholder ends up the character.
It's very hard. And so at the start, I go through this that, I have seen books where the names are so similar that I can't imagine why they didn't change them. And I'm reading a novel now where two female characters, their names both begin with the same three vowels. Beginning with L, they're Italian, beginning with L and ending with A.
That's tough.
But it all conflates, and I can't keep one straight from the other.
Yeah.
And, and now minor characters, all right. If you got somebody on page 5 and somebody on 105 and they're walk-ons and they have a similar, nobody's going to go crazy about that. But if you have main characters and their names have this, I try to have 1 syllable, 2 syllable, 3 syllable names, and I try to have them, the major characters, all begin with different first letter and end with a different last letter. I mean, it just seems to me academic. It's just pretty obvious, but not everybody does that. But I do on my writing page. On my website, I have a little thing about doing that.
Oh, no, it's fantastic. I put them at the top of my outline, all the names, even if they're placeholders, and just have them there and then their position, where they are and what they're going to do in the story. But I don't know them yet. Unless it's a recurring character. I get to know them through the dialogue they have with one another, which is one of the funnest parts for me, the most fun parts for me, just because I don't know them yet. And then they emerge as I'm writing. Their personalities come out as I'm writing them, which I love. But there's something else that's interesting. And I don't know if I've told you where James Reese comes from. And if I haven't, I'll tell you afterward, because I don't really talk about it, but it comes from, it wasn't an intentional this part wasn't intentional, because when I tell you the story offline, you'll see. But James Reese, John Rambo, Jack Reacher, Jack Ryan, There's
Yes.
something to that JR thing. And that certainly wasn't intentional at all.
Lee Child said that too. Lee Child once I was on a forum with him and he was talking about this. It's a very odd, somehow, is this somehow in the English language archetypal? I have no idea. But it is, it shows up a lot.
Yeah. And that was completely unintentional. And you'll see, because it's connected to two things in my actual life. But I also wanted to ask you about the influence of Westerns. You're a big fan of watching Westerns. You grew up with them. We talked about Audie Murphy playing in Westerns, acting in them after his experience in World War II. Some of your books are very clearly influenced by Westerns.
Yes.
Did films or even books, Westerns, influence First Blood in particular?
Oh, without question. Now, we'll go back. Remember, even when my mother remarried, it's not like today where if, you said to a 10-year-old, go to the movies, you get arrested, if you didn't take them. But I would walk, a half mile to a movie theater and I'd go in, and I often lied. I think the story that I would hang around a young outside a movie theater and I'd look for a man and woman who weren't wearing wedding rings. For a reason I'll explain. And then I'd come up to him and I'd say, I have the money to get into the theater, but they won't let me in. Will you buy my ticket? Pretend I'm with you. I promise you'll never see me again once I'm in there. And the point that they weren't married was that she would look at him.
Genius.
To see, I was a street kid and I learned out early I really was a street kid. And so I got into a lot of movies that maybe I wouldn't have been able to see. But one of the first movies I saw unattended is a movie called The Last Wagon with Richard Widmark. Delmer Daves directed and wrote. Terrific film. And that begins, years later, I saw the movie. I just remembered seeing it. But years later, I have a copy now, and I'm looking at it, and it starts with this man charging through the forest and this posse chasing him. And now I look at it, I say it's First Blood. It's the middle of First Blood, and that this movie imprinted itself on me. There's a movie called The Sheep Man with Glenn Ford. And now it's a sort of comedy. There's a lot of serious, but it's also somewhat funny, in which Glenn Ford plays the sheep man. He keeps getting run out of town because it's a cattle town. But he comes back and he comes back and he comes back. And I remember when I was running this, I said, wait a minute, this is sort of like the sheep man. Deliberately in the shootout in the town at the end of First Blood, I was echoing the gunfight at the end of High Noon. That traveling gunfight, the way it goes here and there, so I mean, those are three at least that come to mind, and I think you've heard me talk about how if you step back from First Blood, it can be interpreted as a modern Western about a modern gunfighter who isn't allowed to hang up his guns. Yeah. And a little bit, there's a wonderful movie called The Gunfighter with Gregory Peck. Just an extraordinary film. It's black and white. It's almost like High Noon. There's a kind of parallel because there's a clock on the wall there too. And this was the origin of the trope of the gunman who at the time, it was, he got into and it was kind of exciting, but now he says, no, I went wrong. And he returns, try to make peace with his wife who's left him and try to see if he can't rearrange his life, and they won't let him. And that's the start of the trope, which is then repeated again and again and again in later Westerns. So there's a lot of, what I saw, and I think partly because of my age and because in the 50s, which is when I grew up, Westerns were a dominant form. So without question, and they still influence me. And as I'm writing a Western now. I decided after all these years, I finally decided at what I've been doing, which is going through the genres and exploring them. And, a Brotherhood of the Rose, which is an espionage novel, and First Blood, which is outdoor action. I mean, they're very different books. And yet I think people know they can recognize the same guy wrote them. And I've written Creepers, which is the same thing in horror. And then, of course, Murder is a Fine Art and the related books about, my Victorian mystery thriller series. And so now I've been working on a Western, very difficult because there are so many cliches, more than any other genre that I'm aware of. And how do you sidestep them, invent substitutes, and create the same emotion? Because there's a reason those cliches persist, because of the certain emotions they create. So how can I create those emotions? And so I've been working on this darn thing for 2 years, which is not normally I can do a book maybe every year and 3 months. Because I'm of late, as I age, I didn't stick to it, that schedule that you're on, where you're on the same time every year, which the people, unless they're doing it, don't understand how truly hard that is to do. A lot of respect for how you're sticking with that schedule.
Thank you. It's I'm constantly exhausted.
And thinking of which, because we were talking about me, the next book comes out when?
This one is May 17th. So right before the anniversary of First Blood.
I was going to say 5. Well, this is wonderful. Your career makes me smile because you've been so kind to acknowledge my influence on you, which is not, frankly, normal. Most authors seem, in one fashion or another, to want to pretend they came from, they were full blown. and your work, I said this earlier, is distinguished among many other things. Believable characters and fresh situations and reactions to attitudes that are now. But you have in subtle ways that real fans of the genre can recognize, in subtle ways have echoes and acknowledgments of, and again, we go back to what it remind me of the 4. There's Household, and you're kind enough to mention me. Stephen Hunter, is that one of them?
That's certainly a huge influence, but in that particular book, in Savage Son, First Blood in particular, Rogue Male in particular, Most Dangerous Game in particular, and Last of the Breed, Louis L'Amour in particular. Those certainly. And
you might be interested that Carolco for a time had an option on Last of the Breed as a Rambo film.
There's so many parallels. And I saw that when I read it back, because I read them about the same time, maybe a year apart. Maybe it was the same summer, but it was certainly close together. As a little kid, of course, I'm thinking, wow, I can't believe they haven't made a movie of this. I wish, and that would have been the perfect time to do it as well, right in the mid 80s, right there.
They almost did it. I can't remember why. I don't know if Andy ever explained why they decided to move ahead, but it would have been really good. It might have been the difficulties of shooting in the snow, because the Rambo 3, the novelization makes clear, the original Rambo 3 script had a long mountain snow sequence where they went over the mountains, and a lot of the combat was in snowy, blizzardy conditions. It would have maybe been too expensive, but I got to use it in the novelization. And the 4 there that you mentioned, and again, I feel very gratified to be included. Those are places. I mean, anybody who's writing thrillers and isn't aware, and prior to that, Riddle of the Sands is the book which in some ways started everything. And you can see where Household and to a degree, Most Dangerous Game, maybe not so much, but certainly Household comes. And as you're aware, I co-edited a book called Thrillers 100 Must Reads with Hank Wagner, and Hank and I, in consultation with many people who are acknowledged experts in the thriller form, came up with 100 titles that really everybody should read if they're going to go into the genre, and then persuaded, and you would have, in the day, you would have been invited, but back in 2009, actually 8 and 7, not for obvious reasons that you hadn't happened. But people like Lee Child and Sandra Brown, and it's really
amazing.
extraordinary.
That's right over.
They donated their work for free to help international thriller writers. Imagine these stars doing that. And there are too many to name without, and even then by mentioning those two, other people are going to be left out, and I feel left out, and I'm sorry. And the idea was that they would write about a thriller that influenced them. So if somebody's looking for a list of must read books, those are for thrillers. Those are the ones.
Yeah, no, I love the commentary.
And you'd be 101 now.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sincerely appreciate it. I think about this every time certainly for the first novel, for every one after, and the one I'm working on right now, is how is this going to move the genre forward? And your First Blood certainly did everything you've done, because you moved to another genre and you moved that one forward. So I think about that as I sit down to write and think about, hey, I'm going to spend the next year to 3 months on this project. How am I going? And this is what I owe my readers, those who are trusting me with their time, that time they're never going to get back. How am I going to move this genre forward, even if it's just by a degree? But that is constantly in my mind. And then in particular for the first book, in finding my own voice, I thought about what you say, be a first-rate version of yourself, not a second-rate version of somebody else. And that's very freeing to.
One of the things you did from the get-go was, I don't know if you're doing it now in the next. What's the title of the next one? I'm gonna help you promote.
Thank you so much. Well, the one coming out is in May is In the Blood, and that's number 5. Okay. And then the one I'm working on now is number 6 with a classified title.
Well, yeah, of course. But In the Blood, First Blood, I like it. You're
gonna like it a lot more. I think when there's I'm not gonna want to spoil it for you, but there's more than a subtle nod to something you've done in the past. So anyway.
Okay, I cannot wait. As you know, I read them immediately. But what you did, I don't know if you're doing it in this one, but you did this remarkable foreword to the terminal list, but you said this is a book about revenge. And I thought, wow, I'm reminded of Stephen King at the start of Salem's Lot. Everyone thought the man and boy were father and son. And sometimes there are certain sentences just announce it. And I remember, opening, this is a book about revenge. I thought, how can I not read? The clarity and directness of the statement. And you did that in later books. And of course, after a certain point, you run out of, this is a book about, statements. But I had for the Victorian books, forewords to short ones, in which this is a book about the British Railroad, and this is the history of the railroad, and did it in a way that I hoped was interesting, because there was a death on the first railroad, the short railroad mission, whatever trip in England. And then I had taken, as you do, to having afterwards to try to, it can be difficult if a book ends powerfully as opposed to a falling action and lyrically. It can be difficult to make the segue to an afterword without muting the emotion. It's a technical issue, but your afterwards are, as I try to do, to bring the reader into sort of, okay, this is what the story behind the story, which people like, and also the reading material that somebody might go to.
Oh yeah, as a reader and as a fan, I love those, and I loved those growing up, and I still enjoy them today. And when someone doesn't have something like that at the end, I'm always wish there was a little something.
It's true,
a little nugget.
It's true. A couple of books where I liked so much, and I wanted, but it wasn't there, and I was. Okay, it's a choice. I'm not going to be bitter about it, but I would have preferred.
Sure. And it's still astounding to me how many authors out there I talk to who are not students of their own genre.
Well, that's another matter, and it's a disappointment to me, and that they're not as you are. You could write if you needed to. You don't have the time, but you could write a history of the genre. But many of them have a scattered approach. Years ago, I met a jazz pianist named Oscar Peterson. He's Canadian, in addition. Great. I don't know if anybody talks about him anymore. One of the greats. And my wife and I would go to Toronto from Kitchener-Waterloo to watch him play, because he was from Toronto when he wasn't touring. And one day we were there, and we were underage. You had to be 21, and I think we were 19 or 20. But the waiter took pity on us, and especially if we tipped nicely. And anyway, he came along, and God, he had big hands. He had like twice the size of a normal hand, so he could do the octaves and all. And as I spoke to him, he stopped at the table, and as I spoke to him, I realized that he had started as a classical pianist. He was classically trained. And then he had morphed over into being a jazz an improviser, but with the technical background and know what he was improvising. And I had some friends who were a trio who went to the Oscar Peterson Jazz School that they had periodically for other. And Ray Brown, one of the bassist for Oscar, was listening to a trio play, and I knew these people, and they said, "Yeah, we were all done." And Brown said, "Are you going to let him get away with playing the F when it should have been a G?" And he had heard that much, and that it was wrong, even though it was jazz. And so this was a revelation to me, because I realized that all my schooling, I have a doctorate in literature, and I was a professor, and I'm writing. One of the difficulties I had in my career was people expected that a professor in American literature would write academic novels, but I didn't. I wrote popular novels with an academic undertone. And it confused people, but I realized then how unusual I was. And now to turn it back to what I was saying to you, you didn't have the benefit of going to graduate school and all, but you gave your own graduate school. You have, you schooled yourself. I'm going to do this, but that's what I would expect from a professional in the military. If I'm going to do this, I'm going to, what's the background? How do we, what mistakes, what and all good things were made back here, and then I can build on it. And I'm sure it would be fascinating one day just to have someone invite you to a conference and say, Jack Carr's going to talk about thrillers.
I love that. That's one of my
you know,
favorite things to talk about.
Yes.
And I feel very fortunate that I got to, because my mom was a librarian, so I grew up surrounded by books and a love of reading. She's still a librarian to this day. But it was a natural part of our life, just like eating or breathing or just exercise, whatever it might be. Reading was a natural part of our life. It wasn't something that was forced on us. It was just very natural. And so I got to read all these books growing up, and I didn't jump in, let's say at age 40. 45 or even 35, whatever it might be, and then start back. What should I have been reading for the last 35 years or 40 years? I had this built very naturally from my youngest days, and I got to read your books. I got to read Last of the Breed. I got to read The Most Dangerous Game without a lens that was maybe tarnished by cynicism or my own experience in life or whatever it might be. I got to read these with the pure joy and magic of reading. That's what I'm trying to do today for people as well.
And the dismissives in some cases for popular fiction and what at its best it can do. Now my background was entirely different. There were no books in our house. My stepfather, my mother was a seamstress. My mother, and later a leather upholsterer in a furniture factory. My stepfather was a machinist in a factory, and there were no books, and they didn't get along. They fought a lot, and I went to the library every Saturday. Young, very young, and I spent the day there roaming and going here and there. And then my primary initial love was movies, because that's where one of my escapes was. And then after a while, I realized these things often came from books. And believe me, when I decided to go to college, which is a big surprise to my mother and stepfather, and when I decided to major English, which is no longer, the in colleges, the English enrollments are going like that. And it's not supposed to be practical, but I assume that anytime you can learn to communicate, this is a good thing. And that, the greater mystery when I went to get a MA and a doctorate in literature, like there was, and my mother's God, I'm too many people. My wife's stepfather, who disliked me because I was going to school, and he thought he belittled me all the time. He'd say, firemen are better than you, which they are, but he would pick various and say, that he was just. And oddly enough, only when the movie came out did I have respect in the family, because they thought, oh, well, that's where it was going. Well, not necessarily, but it did work out that way. So books for me were an escape and a salvation.
Yeah, no, I feel so fortunate that I had this foundation from a very early age, and knew what I wanted to do, had that passion, never any question about what I was going to do later in life. So to have that foundation to build upon, built up over all those years, decades now, I think about my mom and thank her every single day.
Yes.
And then my dad encouraged it as well. I mean, they both encouraged reading, but it was natural. It wasn't forced. Great memories on the couch, even when them reading to me as a kid. So I still remember those times. There was one real world event that happened in New Mexico, where you live now, that also influenced First Blood. And it was an event where people with long hair and beards were passing through town, and they did get shaved.
Yeah, that's right. And again, when the movie came out in 82, and Sly has hair down below his ears, somewhat close to his. He doesn't have the beard. But Brian Dennehy, I'm paraphrasing, says to Rambo, we don't like guys who look like you coming to town. And I was in the back. I snuck in in Iowa City, where I taught. So I didn't distract. I wanted to watch the audience, and the men in the audience all had long hair, and many of them had beards. And I saw several look at someone else and heard, well, what's wrong with the way he looks?
Wearing that flag on that jacket, looking the way you do, you're asking for trouble around here, friend.
Because Rambo looked like every guy in the movie audience. Right. And there was a moment when my spirit sank, because I thought, if they might not believe the antagonism, because a lot of it's based upon the way someone looks. But then, we get the police station scene, and then everything's forgotten. That moment, because it's so well done. And Jerry Goldsmith's music must be given, and Ted Kotcheff's direction, of course.
You son of a bitch! Come on!
But in 1968, if you had long hair, if you had a beard, or you had, and I didn't have real long hair, but I had the mustache. I'm kind of tired of it. I like to get rid of it. My wife refuses, because that's the only what she knows. You were going to have trouble.
If you want some friendly advice, a haircut and take a bath. You wouldn't get hassled so much.
You were going to have trouble every time you walked down the street, not only from police officers, but from people of a certain generation, and people in their 40s and 50s. And that might be, hard to believe, but I'm telling you, for, listeners, you're aware, because we, the background, but for some listeners, it was a palpable phenomenon. In some ways, I never got over it. I still have a suspicion of authority figures for that reason. But and on the cover of the initial First Blood paperback in the United States, yeah, isn't that a wonderful, the drawing at the top? I'm told that the author or that the artist eventually sold that drawing. I would have bought it.
I know where it is.
But he has a beard and long hair. You do.
I do. My friend got it. His wife found it on eBay about this time last year.
Oh,
and it's Evan Hafer,
who knew?
Former special forces operator.
Well, I hope he's treasuring it.
He is such a huge fan, and he has it in his. He started Black Rifle Coffee, and he has this in his office.
Yes, which you have an affiliation with.
Yep.
Well, that's extraordinary. I mean, one of the great, a lot of artwork these days is digitally assembled for books, but that one, and there's a British one. Do you have the British one with the hand?
I don't have that.
No, the one with the rifle. I
don't think so. I have Trade later.
Okay.
This one looks like Stallone, and then
it is
paperback right there. So
there's a British one which is very gritty. It's like a hand with a mitt on it, but with the finger parts of the mitt are gone. We see, and there's a rifle in his hand. It's as if he's dead, and the rifle is in his hand. It's an extraordinary art rendering, and it never occurred to me that I should be going on eBay and looking for some of this.
And his wife found it and said, "Hey, do you think you might like this?"
Did she say what she paid?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I'll find out for you. It was not what we would think. I know.
No, if it was $30, it was probably a lot,
But it's beautiful. It's framed, and he has it in a place of honor. And
Well, tell him I wish him the best, that he has good taste. Because I mean, it's just a wonderful piece of art. It
really is. It's absolutely stunning. And I do want to read something from this. And I love all these editions. I love the Gauntlet pressed editions that I have right here, all three. And this one is written by the editors of this trade right here. And it's so interesting.
That's the latest one
right here. And came out right about the time as Murder is a Fine Art, which is a great title. I love that title, Murder is a Fine Art, from that series.
I loved writing those books.
Oh, incredible. But this is from the editors. And, obviously this many years after the first and everything else that transpired after.
Mm-hmm.
But they write this. They say, "Is it possible for a book to be too successful? Sometimes a book is eclipsed by its own fame. By the time Hollywood makes the movie, people forget how good the novel really was. First Blood is such a book, a novel that created a cultural icon in the character of John Rambo, a masterful blend of stylish prose, furious action, and a brooding mood that struck a chord with the American psyche. First Blood reveals more about us than any other popular novel of its time. For those of you who first read this book back in 1972, prepare to relive the ride of your life. For those of you who didn't, we envy you your first venture into the world of First Blood."
God, that's moving. It's very, very moving.
It really is.
In the paperback, you have the paperback again, the first one. That one. Look, there's a similar note right on the inside, much shorter.
Let's see right here. Oh, right here in the beginning. Oh, yes. "We envy you the experience of reading this book for the first time. The editors."
Yeah.
I love that.
I'd never seen that before. I mean, it's so humbling, because many people work forever on, things they love, not, novels or what have you, and they're not fortunate, because Hemingway talked about talent, discipline, and luck. And luck can't be discounted. And some people just have bad luck. And, to have had this experience, and often I'm sort of disassociate, and it's as if it happened to somebody else. It's the professor in me looking at this phenomenon, and then I have to. Sly told me the same thing, and then all of a sudden it clicks in his mind. He said, "Wait a minute, I'm involved with that," and I think it's a good thing. Because we know some folks who are successful who are maybe not wearing it well. But I think you just say, the work was there, yes, but other things. And so I've used this word a lot. I am humbled by it.
As am I. And it's, I write a new foreword there's a new hardcover. There's 3 editions coming out of Terminalist this June. And
3.
Yeah. One's a paperback with Chris Pratt on the cover. One's a trade paperback with Chris Pratt on the cover. And the other is a hardcover with the original cover with some new copy on there about the series, but with the original cover. And that hardcover, I wrote a new foreword for. And I talk about luck, and I talk about luck being the residue of preparation. And I talk about all the things that led up to both the book and then the series. And it was really fun to write, and I'm really excited to have that launch.
I've not heard recently of any book being given that honor, because it's not so long ago the hardback was released.
No, 2018.
And now to have another, 4 years, a brand new hardback, that's astonishingly wonderful. And to have 3 different editions, we would have expected. In a successful business, there
are a couple here.
But that's over a period of years. But within 4 years to have. And it's to think it's only been 2018, and when we first met in 2019, it was still, a lot of things happened since then for you.
It's been quite the journey, and but I'm enjoying I feel so fortunate each and every day when I wake up and when I go to bed, and to be juggling all this. I feel extremely fortunate to have a character that resonates as
And it does.
But yours took on a life of its own. That must be a very interesting thing to see happen and evolve based off a character that you developed and created, but then have it go in these different directions.
Well, here's another story. In 2001, I went. My wife went with me to Poland. For a book tour. Imagine, I was just really thrilled that my wife is Polish, and to be invited and to have them pay for both of us to come to Poland and to, go and the Polish people speak English very well. To this day, I just admire and remember fondly the whole experience. The journalists were unusually interested in talking to me. I had 2 full days of interviews of 15 minutes, sometimes no more than a half hour interviews. Now, everybody wants to be loved. Everybody wants the attention if you're a writer, because how else are people going to know about your book? This was not normal. When former President Clinton came to Poland at the same time I did, I had the presidential suite, and he had another one in that hotel, and I was above the fold on the front page, and he was below the fold on the front page. So what the heck was going on? And a woman of about, we have to remember, 2001. She'd have been early 30s, Polish journalist, very smart. And she looked at me and she says, "You're puzzled, aren't you?" I said, "Yeah, what's going on? And this is not, And she said, "Well, I guess no one explained to you the relationship of Rambo to the Solidarity movement."
Mm-hmm.
Which, for those who aren't familiar, was the demonstrations that eventually led to Poland and other countries, the dissolution of the USSR, which it seems to be trying to be reassembled at the moment, but another subject. She said she was part of the demonstrations, which is why I mentioned the age. She would have been, college equivalent student. She said the Rambo movies were illegal in Poland. but that copies were smuggled in VHS format, and she herself, and she knew of other groups who watched the movies, put on the bandana, and went out to demonstrate. And so she said to me, it's a chilling story. She said to me, so in a way, Rambo helped bring down the Soviet Union. Now, you can't prove any of this because it's an anecdotal thing, but it makes sense. And I was reminded when the Berlin Wall came down, somebody had black spray painted Rambo on the wall. So the character had, morphed in different. He's like a litmus test on what you bring to the character in terms, or what you take away in terms of what your goals are. And as we know, some people just think of him as being, out of control and all that, and others, of course, see him as with those young men whom I spent very serious time with in the hospitals in the DC area, who had been influenced in other ways. And that doesn't happen often. And again, it's partly of when the stories occurred. When I was in England, and I'd have to go back and look at the date of the event I'm going to refer to, so I can't give you the specific year. I was in England promoting, again, the publisher kindly had me go to England to promote my books there. And I was on the equivalent of the Today Show. And just before I went on, I looked at a morning paper in London that said, U.S. Rambo jets bomb Libya. So you can imagine where the interview went.
Oh, yeah.
And but to have a name, and I see the name all the time in novels or on television or in movies or what have you. And I was just reading about Bruce Willis, who I gather sadly has aphasia, and of course the significance of Die Hard as a movie, and how in the history of movies we have First Blood, then we have Die Hard, in terms of the big action film, and the constant action which hadn't been done before. And a character in Die Hard says to him, "Who do you think you are, Rambo?" So you get, if you study these things, it's like a constant thread. But anyhow, those stories strike me about as I said to those young men in the hospital, what do I bear a responsibility for you having been injured so severely? And them saying no, they would have done it. They'd go back. But there's a line in Stephen Sondheim I'm a big fan of, and in a musical called Into the Woods, a character sings, "Be careful what you say, children will listen." And so that whatever we write, and you said the word, which is a word that I react to, because it's why I became a novelist. I wanted to influence. I wanted to. Sterling Siliphant's work for Route 66 had changed my life, and I became fortunately friends with Sterling, gratefully, wonderful man. But he had affected me so much, it opened my life, made me see things I wasn't aware of and think of things I wasn't aware of and see stories in a different way. And I thought, wow, what a wonderful thing. Wouldn't that be great to be able to do that? And it's why I became a writer. Of course, then you got to ask yourself, is that about ego? Is that about trying to, exert over someone? Or is it an eagerness to share? And so these are questions that novelists have to ask themselves. But and you said at the very beginning of our conversation about that when you started that I think you said that I had influenced you and you wanted to, and that's a very powerful word.
Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt. I saw what you had done we're doing. Of course, when the Brotherhood of the Rose comes out, that's right in some of my most formative years right there. And I knew I wanted to write and I wanted to serve my country in the military, those two things. And I do get these same messages today. Now it's so much easier for people to reach out to you, obviously, with the advent of social media.
Yes.
And for good and for bad, but better for worse, I guess, at the same time. But people say, hey, my son is joining the military. He loves your novels. You inspired him. And now it's much more than the novels because of this social media, and people can find out about your background and they want to engage with you. And so you're sharing much more than just the novel. You're sharing your life in many cases, with some boundaries and some barriers there, of course, that are appropriate. But I get those too. And I think of you in that position, influence an entire generation, essentially of warfighters, me being one of them. But now I'm getting those same messages. And I'm not hearing them anecdotally. I'm hearing them direct from the person. And I think, man, I just don't, I was going to go join the military regardless. There were going to be other cultural influences that were going to encourage me to do that one way or another. My path was set because it's in my DNA, and these other cultural influences were going to help propel me along that journey. So I do think of it in those terms as well. And we can live our lives hidden under a rock and not influence anyone ever, and be very safe, or we can answer a calling. And I looked at both the military and writing as a calling, and I was going to listen to that calling, much like we talked about Joseph Campbell and that call to action. Usually a reluctant type of a hero, but he listens to that call, and I listened to that call from the military, and to be a writer. And they're both passions, but they were both callings.
And you're reflective about it, which is the important thing.
I try to be thoughtful. I think that's what I owe my readers, and today people that follow you on social
and it's
channels
there
at the same time.
Without question, it's there. Your work stands apart.
Thank you so much. But I do want to talk a little bit more about the film. The cast, obviously, Sylvester Stallone, Brian Dennehy, Richard Crenna, incredible. But there were a few attempts at making it a film. Stanley Kramer. We talked about Richard Brooks with a buzzer under the desk.
That might be me. He certainly.
I love it. I think I'm going to incorporate that into a future novel. It's fantastic. But then there was Sidney Pollack directing, Steve McQueen starring, possibly as Rambo. Ended up being too old. Kirk Douglas was almost Samuel Troutman. Right up. Spent a week, I think, on set in uniform, doing all that. There was a poster art work of him on it. Gene Hackman was talked about being in there. Paul Newman was talked about. There were 26 scripts. So it was quite the journey in this 10 years between publication and the film coming out. But what was that journey like, especially as a young author? Your first novel takes off. It has all these reviews. It has that amazing, horrible review from Time Magazine we talked about, but that really is the one that stands out.
But a good review on its way.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the negative reviews often help more than they hinder. But even today for different things. But that whole journey, having all those directors that you admired and that you knew about and had these histories, and then to end up where it did, when you reflect on that journey, what are your thoughts?
Well, it's a good thing. I do have to say, I go back. I met Sidney Pollack. Sidney Pollack, in an odd way, is Richard Brooks. They, at a time when independent-minded directors such as Francis Ford Coppola, mindful of the Godfather anniversary, that where you had very distinctive independent, well, not always independent, but they felt that way, and they had but Brooks and Pollack directed what looked like studio films from the golden age in the 40s and the 50s. Brooks was in fact an MGM, product, and I think if Sidney had lived earlier, he would have been they looked like MGM movies. And I deeply admire his films, and he's not both of them didn't have an identity in their direction because they directed different kinds of films. We have Sidney doing Out of Africa, The Way We Were, and Jeremiah Johnson. It's like, in a way, like my career, like, doing the kinds of stories that you want to explore. But he himself told me that Steve McQueen, I don't know if Steve would have been signed, because then there would have been a whole issue about money. But he said, it was pretty much a go with McQueen to do the motorcycle. And that they realized, and this is a point I was making about Iraq, that by 1975, there were no 45-year-old Vietnam veterans the way Steve was at that time. But these days, with the ubiquity of cameras and cell phones, when I think back, having met Richard Brooks, having talked at length with Sidney Pollack, or some of these other folks. Fortunately, I have photos of me with Sly and with Richard Crenna. But gee, I would just love to, and my admiration for them, love to have some physical, some visual momentum. Anyway, I was 28 years old when I sold First Blood, and the novel came out when I was 29, just young. And mind you, I had culturally, Canadian culture tends to say, don't get too full of yourself. So I had that kind of built-in, suppression. But then, 10 years passed, and I published 5 novels, all told. Up to Blood Oath. One was a Western, one was horror, and one was a outdoor adventure, the reverse of First Blood, which is like Sly saying he's going to make a Sam Peckinpah version of First Blood. And then the movie came out for the same year as Blood Oath. And oh, wow, what an experience. And then 3 years later, the second movie came out, and that was the summer of Rambo. It is difficult, people who didn't live through it, to know about the phenomenon that Rambo First Blood Part 2
I have an example.
Oh, look at that. Yeah.
My lunchbox.
That's cool. Yeah. And it's in good shape.
Not too bad. Yeah, I wish I had some of the other things still. There are boxes in my mom's attic, I am sure, the figures and all the rest of it. But yeah,
I have some. I have gosh, what do I have? A Rambo helicopter and some other things. They're releasing new merchandise. There's a 2.5-inch whatever of Sly at the end of, or at the beginning of First Blood, in the fatigue jacket that's I guess it's available. Who would have imagined?
Amazing.
And a certain kind of person, and I've seen it happen, could have been intolerable with that degree of success. And I know this is going to sound self-serving, but you asked me, I think if the movie had come out when I was 29, I would have been a jerk. That I would not have been prepared professionally, emotionally, in terms of life experience, in order to be able to adjust to it. And when the movie came out in 82, I'm now 39. 39. Some experience in life. And I'm more interested in how it's happening. And then when the big thing happens in 85, oh God, it was big. Just overwhelming. I mean, I was on national television. Film crews came to where I lived, and I was in People magazine, and Entertainment Tonight did a feature. Now, certain kind of, but I have a certain degree of irony about all this, because I know it can go the opposite direction. And it's more a phenomenon to be studied, and to be looked at with interest. So the delay, I think, was to the good. And then, as I said, the first time I met Sly, it was he was making one of the Rocky films, and the Rambo 2 had come out, and I said, and he said, "Isn't this wild? I mean, it's hard to do." He says, "This is amazing," and I said, "Yeah." I said, sometimes I have trouble when I see the character referred to so often. It takes me a moment, as I said to you earlier, that I say, "Oh, wait a minute, I did that," and he said, "Yeah, that happens to me too." So it's a uh, I think just approaching life with curiosity and saying, "Oh, that's funny. Look at how that happened," can be a good thing. And the age, the fact that time moved on. And then in '84, Brotherhood of the Rose came out. And then, as I think in '89, there was a miniseries with Robert Mitchum. I didn't get to meet him because it was a writer's strike at the time. And I did 4 drafts uncredited of the miniseries scripts. Sterling Stilifant did one, and Guy Waldron, who got the credit, did the 3rd. But that's the way the business goes in terms of one writer and then another. But that's the only mini. I do love to say. I just love to say this: Brotherhood of the Rose remains the only miniseries ever to be broadcast after a Super Bowl. And so forgive me, but I do take some enjoyment in knowing that. And every time there's a Super Bowl, I keep saying, "Please don't have another."
Exactly.
So I can
say that.
I can have that. So I can still say that. And I, more than maybe everything, I find some joy in that historical fact, and that I don't know why this is. When NBC decided to promote Brotherhood of the Rose miniseries at a junket, they have all these journalists that show up at hotel in Los Angeles, and they have all day, meet and greets. And by heavens, NBC invited me and David Morrell to spend the day together answering questions. And David, wonderful man, he plays Chris in the miniseries. Wonderful man. He's still working, and very interesting. The Hurt Locker. That's the one about diffusing bombs. Okay. Is that correct? Yeah. And David's in that.
Still working.
He's one of the guys that are giving the orders. So I had a wonderful time with that. And what a compliment that they would feel I could, help promote the miniseries at the junket. And then when Rambo 3 was released, TriStar, which released the film, Carolco made it, but TriStar distributed it. TriStar asked Sly, Richard, and me to be the voices at the junket. So once again, I was there all day, and then I was asked to do the audio commentary. And I think the reason they did this is because as a professor, I was adding some gravitas to the whole experience.
Well, and you created the character. So
well, but as we said earlier, with your experience with the Terminal List, this is not normal. They normally want to pretend the novelist doesn't exist. And the Oscars, the recent Oscars, by now, as people listen to this, the Oscars will have been a while back. But only Jane Campion mentioned the author of the source material for the novel. Frank Herbert was not mentioned for any of the awards that Dune.
Interesting observation.
And it's very rare for somebody to get up on an Oscar stage and say, and by the way, and even the screenwriters, and by the way, thanks for creating the novel upon which this was based, because they want to pretend the author doesn't exist.
Interesting.
Because they're in a narcissistic industry in which it's them.
Very interesting.
anyway, it was kind of a nice ride to be able to do those
Yeah,
things.
no,
And then to be asked to do the audio commentary for the
and those are
film.
great. I listened to your audio commentary on First Blood when I was in Mali, Africa, in the military.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I remember
Oh, my
exactly where it
heavens.
was when I listened to that one, and loved every bit of it.
It's the professor in me. And the way they do that is they put you in a sound booth and they show the film outside the sound booth, but you can hear sort of what's going on. And then they want you to comment. And I was told later, again, I'm a professor, so I'm used to speaking without notes for a long time. And some might say that I've been speaking without notes a long time right now. But I was able to just watch the film and say, this and this and this. And they didn't have to stop. We did it in one take, but it was just sort of the same as lecturing.
No, it's fascinating. And maybe it's I think my experience with the Terminal List might be a little different one because of the personal relationship with Chris, and then the one that's developed with Antoine Fuqua there, and the showrunner, and then Amazon maybe being tied to books. So obviously, how did it start?
Well, that's another matter, and they're much more integrated. Amazon has a much more integrated view of synchronicity, I guess is the term, of the way books and movies and TV all interact. And I mean, they're very clever and creative about the way they can make one reflect on the other.
Yeah, no, I feel extremely fortunate. And now I've had a few different calls here with other Hollywood directors and producers about separate projects. And it's fascinating to have these different doors open. And yeah.
Oh, I have no doubt. And I've told you privately how excited I am about what's happening with you and the very, very unusual, amazingly quick upward trajectory that you've had. And you will eventually get a lot more. And they're waiting to see how the Terminal List does.
I'm hopeful. So when this airs, we'll be about a month and a half away from July 1st when it drops. But the test audience is, I think that's why they've doubled their efforts as far as coordination with the publisher. Simon & Schuster says they've never seen this sort of coordination on any of their novels that have been made into films.
Here's an example. And the other thing, this is the 50th anniversary of First Blood. I have sent repeated messages to people at Grand Central, which has the paperback that you showed, and the paperback came out 3 years ago. One of the latest of one of many. I can't get anybody to answer my emails. And I was saying, at the 50th anniversary, maybe we should coordinate, or at least you could release a press release or, something. Dead radio silence. Well, that's because no editor was assigned to me. When I moved over to Mulholland, even though they're all in the Hachette group. And I asked somebody in Mulholland and that went forward. So I got a name and I went forward. Dead radio silence. So, again, you're getting the A treatment.
It's once again, I feel extremely fortunate, and it seems like it's an obvious opportunity for them to sell some more First Blood books.
Of course.
It's pretty cut. I mean, it's pretty clear.
This is what are we thinking here? And I just, I can't explain it. But one day I'll, cross paths with somebody and say, you guys,
yeah,
you're not running this shop right.
My goodness. I know, it's such an opportunity. I mean, it's so influential culturally, not just as a novel moving the genre forward, but obviously there's huge cultural significance there. And speaking of that, when you were writing it, and I've heard people say, hey, don't have an actor in mind playing your character. And I didn't. Yes. I had a actor in mind. I wanted to play my character, which in my mind is very different than someone being that character. There's a differentiation there that's important. And I thought of Chris Pratt playing the character, but not being the character. So that's very different. But being a fan of films and going to all those Westerns growing up, sneaking into the theaters, and then now writing this first novel, did you picture an actor at the time of writing playing Rambo?
There was sort of, and again, as I said, I thought Audie Murphy, but I was thinking of the type.
Mm-hmm.
A man with Audie's background, and anybody who doesn't know about Audie Murphy, really, do the research. And the citation for his Medal of Honor is chilling. It's just so extraordinary, and it's only one of many actions that he was part of. But I wasn't looking for anybody, who resembled him. I just wanted that character, that person, and then I'd dress it up with the beard and the long hair, and who looked like basically a vagrant. But there was an actor at the time who resembled what I had in mind, and that was Chris Christopherson. Now, sometimes Chris didn't have the beard, but sometimes he did, and he had pretty good career in movies, and I thought he would have been excellent. But of course, by then he was older. Did you know that Chris was a Rhodes Scholar?
I didn't know that, but I knew he was a veteran.
He was a helicopter pilot in I can't remember what branch.
I think he was Air Force, but I'm not positive. I'd have to go back and check.
I'd have to check too. But so here we have a master songwriter, Rhodes Scholar,
amazing.
Military. He taught at West Point.
Oh, is that right? No kidding.
Extraordinary. And the story is, I don't know if it's apocryphal, that he goes to Nashville and he's trying to get attention. So he hires a helicopter and he lands. I guess Johnny Cash had a big estate. So he landed the helicopter in the back of Johnny Cash's estate. And this is the story, but it's repeated enough that I like to think it's true. Johnny comes rushing out and says, "What the hell are you doing?" And listen, would you listen to one of my songs? And I guess Johnny thought this is pretty chutzpah stuff. So, come on inside as long as you're here. And of course, did record some of, Johnny got, or Chris got a lot of, he was a remarkable songwriter, but, a pretty good actor too. So anyhow, I sort of thought, but, by the time they were casting, it wasn't going to happen. And it's important to realize too, that Sly had made some important films, enormous Jewison film, especially called Fist, about labor organizations. But the biggest hit he'd ever had had always been the Rockies, so that he wasn't truly bankable. And as they say in the business, and he was selected to be Rambo because he had a good overseas. Carol Cole believed in worldwide distribution and ran it themselves because they were distributors in the overseas before they became. So everything they did was in terms of overseas as well as domestic, and they sold in each individual country.
Interesting.
Instead of having somebody else do it and then paying a fee for it. And Andy told me that one of the reasons that Sly doesn't talk much in the movies, he doesn't talk much in the novel either, is that it avoided dubbing problems.
So great.
They didn't have to translate, and they didn't have the unintentional hilarious accidents of somebody translating something that wasn't correct. And so that he was perfect for the international market. And we have to remember the movie was much longer and had all kinds. It had flashbacks to Vietnam. It had other kinds of things, and it's a little bit like the rumor about High Noon. High Noon it's apparently not true, but this is the story that High Noon, which runs as long, from like 10:30 till noon, like 90 minutes in real time, that it did not originally. And that what happened was that every time Gary Cooper visited somebody, there was a flashback to their relationship. And then when they said, "No, I won't help you," that this was the continuing like hopelessness that Gary Cooper was responding to. And the story is that all that was taken out and the little clock was substituted. Whether or not it's true, and you get some editors who worked on it say that did not happen, that's a myth, but it's about tightness in story nonetheless. It's a good story. I know for a fact there were other elements in First Blood, and people who watched the movie on television, I believe it was NBC, saw things that were never shown in the theater. And the reason for it was because there isn't much violence in the movie, but they were even cutting out that and putting in travel stuff from Vietnam or him, in bars in Vietnam or whatever. So but Carol Code didn't, to my knowledge, save its elements. It went out of business in '95. To my knowledge, all of this was lost. All of the extra stuff, and except that there's a chance that it may exist for people who have VHS recordings of and I do have a VHS recording of it, but I haven't watched it in so long I can't remember. But the same thing happened. They thought they had a disaster. And Sly, at one point, people quote him as saying, "I don't think the movie's going to do very well." He's not talking about the finished product. He's talking about an interview he gave before the editing occurred. And chunks were taken out until it was reduced to 96 minutes. And, it's sort of like, in that case, the story is true, that it was tightened and tightened and tightened. And look what the result, it's a lesson for all of us, right? About, sometimes you go too far, but editing can make a magical difference.
The editing process has been quite interesting over these last few months. It's been fascinating to be a part of that. I think I have a VHS or Betamax tape in my mom's attic of Brotherhood of the Rose.
It sounds like it's time to get
I know,
to your
there's a lot
mom's
in
attic and find out what's up
there's
there.
There's a lot in there.
At least she's saved. Saved, because the stories are full of, like comic books worth $10,000 now that they just, that were pitched. But anyway, if I were you, I'd get yourself I
need to get in there
someplace. Get in there and call it all.
I need to do that. Who knows what I'll find in there. Do you remember when you watched it for the first time? Did you see it by yourself with your family, or did you watch it with a crowd?
Yes, I think you may know this story, but it's a good one. About perception. Orion, in this case, was the distributor for First Blood as opposed to TriStar. Now, I mention this because until recently, a movie studio was not allowed to release its own films for antitrust reasons. It used to be that movie studios owned theaters. And so they just there was no question about getting them into theaters, and they owned the theaters, and the money, it all came, it was all one big profit. But the problem was that independent feature makers, unaffiliated with studios, couldn't get their movies shown. So the Justice Department said that this is in opposition to free trade. It's monopolistic. And in 1948, I love to talk about this, the Paramount Consent Decree of 1948, in which studios agreed to dissolve their relationship with movie theaters so that they could not distribute a film they made. So to allow for competition so that independents could do this. Well, recently, that decree in 2020 was dissolved, which allowed, if we are conspiracy minded, it allows Amazon, Netflix, Apple, Apple's movie Coda won the Oscar. It's the first time a streaming service production company won an Oscar. And Amazon or Netflix owns a flagship theater on Times Square. One of them owns Grauman's Chinese Theater. And it's where they show their movies. And only for a limited time. I mean, they can keep them shuttered all the other time. They can afford it. And then they show for the minimum time necessary to be eligible for Oscars. And then they yank it out. So I don't know how I got on the consent decree. I love to talk about it. Ask me what the question was. And then
did you see First Blood with?
Oh, sure. All right. So Orion distributed it. So in one of those rare things where the studio actually cares what the novelist thinks, I was contacted they were going to give a special showing at a local theater, like 2 days before the movie debuted. and the movie would be there anyhow because it had to arrive to be shown that Friday night. So Wednesday afternoon. So I said, "This is terrific, and invite my friends, and I'm going to pay for the concession stand, and they can buy the hot, whatever they want. We'll watch the movie." And Orion said, "No way. We want every blessed dollar from every ticket sale, and the only people, I'm serious, and the only way that this is going to happen, and are you married? Yes. You have children? Yes. How many? I have two. All right. You, your wife, and your two children can go to see this
Wow.
movie." I'm serious. So on a Wednesday afternoon, about 2:00, and I'd gotten to know the manager of the theater by then, and he hadn't opened up. And of course, there was no popcorn or anything. He hadn't opened that. So we sat, and children being children, didn't want to sit with us. So they went somewhere else in the humongous theater, old style theater, humongous theater. So we're watching, and the curtains open as they used to, and the movie starts, and Jerry Goldsmith's wonderful trumpet and echoing Marshall theme, and oh my God. And here comes Sly, all 40 feet of him, walking down the path to the lake where the black woman is hanging laundry. And so I had a moment, a kind of 96 minutes of unreality. And of course, I'm saying, well, that's in the movie. That isn't in the movie. It's a different opening than mine. In the novel, there's no black woman hanging laundry. And so, it's all done. And my wife and I and the two kids, we stagger out to the sun, bright October afternoon. And I didn't know what the heck to make of it. So I went home, and a friend who is a film guy phoned. He taught film at the University of Iowa. He said, "What do you think?" I said, "I have no idea." He said, "Well, let's put it another way. You know if it was bad." I said, "Oh, it's not bad." "Yeah, I'd know if it was bad. It's not bad. I just don't know because of the difference. I don't know how good it might be." So I spoke to the theater manager, and I said, "Can you fix it so I hide in your office? And when the movie starts, tell me, and leave a seat way back here it's reserved or broken or what have you. It looks like that. And then I'll sneak in and sit down." And so I did. And different experience, right? And it's about the communality, if that's a word, communal nature of film watching, where watching movies at home is not the same as being in a theater, although people abuse that and they're looking at their phones. And we have let's face it, a devolving society. But I'm watching, and they were with it, and they felt sorry for the black woman and her dead child in Agent Orange, and all these buttons that were being pushed, and then him in the truck,
Oh yeah.
My God, and then the cop, and then the fight in the jail. Okay, and then, because I said earlier, I thought they almost lost. The movie was almost lost. Well, what's wrong with the way he looks? But then the fight occurs, and oh my, they were going like this, and they were jerking, and they were, it was like they were fighting in their seat, and then the whole thing went on like that. And I thought, this is going to be a huge movie, but it took me to get over seeing it the second time to get over the differences, and then also to appreciate the visceral nature that a common viewing experience can create. And then I got the hell out of there, but, because I didn't want to. It would have been awkward because a lot of them were my students and things. And later for Rambo 2 and 3, then Carolco arranged for me to go out there to see, or to be a TriStar did for me to see it in the special screening with the. I'm Roger Ebert, and I walked out of the theater together, and things like that. He was a very nice guy. very unassuming, which isn't always necessarily what a nice guy has to be, but he was pleasant. This short conversation I had.
Oh, that's so amazing. So how did your life, I mean, you remained a professor for a number of years, which is, I think was surprising, I think, to people then as it is today. People listening to this will say, well, this guy wrote First Blood. It's this movie. And you're still writing these books. One's coming out every year and a half or so at the time, 2 years at the time. And you remain a professor. How did your life change after First Blood? Not after 1985, but after First Blood, because you're still a professor. Your students obviously have seen the film, or aware of the novel, probably read and watched, and now you're there in class with you. But you remained so humble over all these years after all you have accomplished.
Well,
how did your life change after the film came out?
Well, actually, the novel helped me academically. Now, there are some universities who, if the professor, in this case, I was an American Lit professor, I taught the American novel, who would have said, we don't care about that. We want you to publish academic articles and books. And I did publish an academic. My dissertation is on a work of a now not so well-known, but at the time very well-known author named John Barth, who wrote novels about novels, what's called meta, like a little bit like Quentin Tarantino does. Yeah. And my fondness for Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, that extra layer. And they would have and anyhow, the John Barth dissertation rewritten was published by Penn State, and is now, I rewrote it yet again to make it get more of the PhD out of it. So it's like a story about how to create stories, and it's available as an ebook. John Barth, an introduction. But other than that, I wrote First Blood. I wrote Testament. I wrote Last Reveille, which is a historical Western set in 1916 after Pancho Villa raided a New Mexico border town where there was a cavalry station named Columbus, New Mexico. Very historically important event. And it's hard for me to believe at that time, the University of Iowa literature department, which is different from the writer's workshop. I never taught in the writer's workshop. I have academic background. And at that time, the chair, his name was John Gerber, had a theory about personalities make a department and not the specialties. He said, if I like somebody, if they change their specialty while they're working for the department, that's okay. And many of them did. And changed, from periods or what have you, and literary eras. And so I told him in 71, I had he would take first year, I started teaching in 70, 12,500, I think was what I earned. And as an assistant professor. And he said, well, how are you fitting in? I said, I really like it, but I should tell you, I'm working on a novel. I'm not working on a scholarly work. And now in academia, you have 7 years. It's not so much anymore, but in traditional academia, it's instructor, which I didn't have to worry about. I've been an instructor at Penn State. Assistant professor, associate professor, and full professor. After that, you can get special titles, but the full professor is the zenith. If you're an assistant professor, and depending on the terms of your associate professorship, they can just say, we don't need you anymore, and this is your final year. If you have the full professorship and what is called tenure, unless you assault somebody on the stage at the Oscars, you cannot be let go. That is a sinecure for life. So I started as an assistant, and I published Testament, which is a pretty rough book. I mean, it's my strongest, most, oh my God, did he really write that book? And in 77, as I said, last Reveille, but in 75, I was made an associate professor 5 years
Okay.
into. In 1977, 7 years into, in fact, it may have been 6 years, I was made a full professor. And I had not published my John Barth book. I got that on the strength of my performance in the classroom, in addition to, I guess you could say a presence in popular culture. That may be unique. That may never have happened before or since. Probably not since, because academia changed, and people. It's a very, very how to put it, competitive, petty in many cases environment. It's not necessarily an open-minded environment, but I loved it. I loved being with the students, and with the right kind of faculty members, it can be a joy. And that was, as I said, I'm still in stunned awe of that. Now, the end of that story is that 10 years later, was actually in 86, it was 9 years later, because of my personality, I had been a professor for 16 years, and not full professor all that time. And one day I walked in and I looked at, I'd been saying the same thing in classes for years. And it's not like you can change the topic. I mean, if you're teaching Theodore Dreiser, there's certain things you must teach. So I came home that night. It was just like when I said to Donna, you want to go to the United States, quit your job, and I'll study with Philip Young. I said, I think I'm going to resign. Okay.
That's so great.
And so I went into my chair and I said, I think this is going to be my last year. And so that was that. And so I am one of the very few people who had a full professorship with tenure in a Big Ten university, mind you, and who one day said, I've done that. And I said that with great respect. I love teaching. But there was a moment when I said, I'm getting to be the same. And so I resigned my professorship. I get asked often to teach about writing, which I never did at Penn State or at Iowa. But it's like being in the classroom again. So there's a kind of interesting history.
Yeah, it's
there.
interesting that it wasn't the success of all the novels and then the films and that caused you to leave.
No,
It's something totally different.
It was being in the rut.
Amazing.
If somebody would look at Route 66, the series, Sterling Silliphant, who was a son of a traveling salesman and who stayed 4 to 5 weeks ahead of the series, which filmed on location across the United States, 60 to 64. And Sterling lived the life. He drove ahead of the crew, came into a town, spoke to the CBS affiliate, asked for a tour of the town, and then went to a hotel room and wrote, if this is unimaginable, a hour-long script in 3 days, and then got in the car and drove on. And that ethic about moving on, busting out, finding yourself, you don't know where your destination is, but by God, you're going to find it. That's my life. So that's what happened in 1986 for me, that that to be true to Route 66, it's the reason we came to the United States. It's the reason we wound up at Iowa. It's the reason why in 1992, we loved Iowa City. We loved our friends, but we lost a child there. He died when he was 15. And when he would have graduated from high school, we decided it was time, as my wife said, to begin Act 3. And we told everybody, and within 6 weeks, we were gone. And we moved to Santa Fe based upon being here for 4 days in April of 1992. Um, and so I don't know. It's at the end of this conversation, it's hard to we've covered so many topics to delve into what the significance of that is, except that people do get set in their ways, and I'm hoping not to have done that. Although I've been living in the same house now for 30 years, and my with COVID, we I don't need to go anywhere. I work at home. We went to a grocery store occasionally and wore a mask. And my wife was, we're fortunate to have some space where we live. And I, the other day I said, she said, we don't travel anymore. And I said, yeah. And, maybe one day, yes. But I said, if you think about it, this is our world. And what we're doing is imploding our world. We're centering it. We're getting closer to a core, which, as opposed to the Route 66 metaphor, but it's still finding oneself.
And you've done that same thing, exploring different genres and pushing each one of those forward. But interesting, as a professor, someone else was a professor in the late 70s who taught First Blood. Many universities across the country did. And Stephen King taught did a discussion, taught First Blood in Maine back, I think, in 1978 or somewhere around that time frame.
Around there, Steve, who is a friend, although I haven't seen him in years, his career just went so successful. Last time I saw him was, I think, 1990. And we exchanged emails, or letters, emails, not, that was before. I haven't seen him in years, but when you get to that level, it becomes just important to keep your focus. But he and I were very close for a long time. Talked often on the phone. I visited him in both homes in Maine. He visited us in Iowa City, and when he taught creative writing, fiction writing at the University of Maine for I guess a term, I don't know. The two books he taught were James M. Cain's Double Indemnity and First Blood. And I thought, that's really fun thing to be able to say. And I was, that was only 6 years after the book had been released. But it's been fortunate.
Incredible. And the character in the novel is angry. The movie made him more of a victim. More, the audience could be more sympathetic to what he's going through. And obviously you're telling a story visually, which is different than reading it, obviously. But some other things happened between 1972 and 1982, culturally, politically, that kind of morphed how that story could be digested by audiences. But I think that's one of the main things that people who find First Blood, the novel, after having seen the movie or multiple films, I think that's something that will really, really stand out. The protagonist, antagonist side.
Different train tracks. Yep. Yeah. First Blood is, frankly, war is heck, war is hell. It's a far more intense experience than the film. And it might be worth pointing out that Ronald Reagan, when he was president, was a big fan. And he frequently referred to Rambo in his press conferences. And I already mentioned U.S. Rambo jets bomb Libya, which was a London newspaper headline. But he famously said in a interview, "I saw a Rambo movie last night. Now I know what to do the next time there's a terrorist hostage crisis." And, so you can, look at that. He said he was having fun, and maybe he was. I can't imagine that he was serious, but it is, it's fun to have a president, John F. Kennedy mentioning Ian Fleming, and not that Ronald Reagan didn't mention my novel, but indirectly, so it's cool to have a president refer.
Yep. No, that's incredible. And then also the knife. So there is not, I think it's a surprise to people that there is not a knife in the books. Well, the novelization there is, but
Yes.
but there's the Jimmy Lyle knife is brought in as a prop, and there's a connection.
Yes.
I love how you talk about how Sylvester Stallone and Steve McQueen were both experts at using that prop, even if it was just a quick little something like that for Steve McQueen. But
it isn't. Yeah, it isn't. There is no knife in the novel, and knives weren't part of the culture in the same way. When I was writing at 68, 69, 70, Sly was a knife collector, and he was familiar with Jimmy Lyle, and Sly, as you were suggesting, like two actors he worked with in his long career who knew what to do in front of a camera. We're not necessarily talking about Olivier quality acting. We're talking about you're in front of a camera. How do you hold the audience's attention? That they're both masters with the use of their eyes and the use of props. And give McQueen a prop, and he would destroy anybody else in the scene. And it's fun to watch McQueen's movies just to see him doing that, often cruelly. And with Sly, he said, "I've got to do stuff. I'm out there. What am I going to do? I need a knife." So he got Jimmy to, I believe it was a Randall survival knife that was then modified. I have both Jimmy and Gil Hibben, who's a close friend. Jimmy's no longer with us, so I never had the chance, except I talked to him on the phone. They gifted me author's copy. I get the script, and I get the Cameron script, and then they're talking about this knife, and I phoned Andy and I said, "What's this knife?" And he said, "Oh, it's a big deal with the knife." I said, I need to look at it. And so the next thing I know, I'm talking to Jimmy on the phone, and he's explaining it, and he says, "I'll send you one." And, it's marked author's copy and with some literature about it. And you and I have talked these things, you were looking for one, part of those 1 to 100 original edition, almost impossible to find. And the first 10, whatever happened to them is some mystery. But I was so impressed that if you look at the novelizations for 2 and 3, there are drawings of the knives.
It's awesome.
and as you know, there are paragraphs about each of them that almost feels like it came from a catalog, but I wrote it myself. You know what I'm talking about. And years later, I was sort of making up for being too stupid to have the knife in the novel. Years later, at a blade show, every year there's a blade show where knife makers congregate and knife lovers. And if this were video, I'd show you some of my knives that I've acquired.
We do have video. This is video. We have video going, and I've seen pictures from the.
Are you serious?
And I have video.
Oh, well, here I'm gonna bring you. I'm gonna bring you 2 knives.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. All right.
So the movie that made knife making in the late 20th century is called The Iron Mistress. I think it's 1953, Warner Brothers, Alan Ladd, Virginia Mayo. He's Jim Bowie. And no one knows what the original Bowie knife looked like. But Warner Brothers did some research, and they came up with what they thought it could be. And it's a beautiful, beautiful knife that isn't featured enough in what amounts to a romance movie. But I know when I was a kid and I saw that movie, and Alan Ladd brings the model, and a real live blacksmith, in real life, his name was Black. And a blacksmith named Black, made whatever knife it was. And so they're recreating that. And the next thing you'd see, the knife flies through the air and impales itself in a. And so if I'd known that, I would show you.
Wow.
So this is Gil Hibben's version of the Iron
Wow.
Mistress. I'll turn it.
No kidding.
It's huge. It's now what's interesting here is it has a brass back. This is known as a brass back blade, and you'll notice how the guard is shaped this way with its tongs going up. And that is in a, God forbid, I took a knife defense class with someone, and the theory, get out of there. They're scary, right? And in this case, come on, help me. The knife that's in the protector, CQC7.
Emerson.
Oh, come on. Emerson. Oh, God. I would have felt so bad if I couldn't remember. It's a senior moment. Ernest Emerson. Great fellow. And I used his knives in the protector and the naked edge. And he said, come on, do a class with me. And, and what he says is, go, this is not something you want to be involved with, but this is how to do it if you have no other choice. And and this is worth for this, and some of your listeners and viewers know it, but not everybody knows this. It's the old joke about he brought a knife to a gunfight. Well, I know personally from my training that if somebody stands 50 feet away from you with a knife and you have a holstered handgun, in the heat of the moment, that guy more than likely can cross that 50 feet, knock you to the ground, and do his work before you can pull,
draw.
And I remember at this event with Ernest Emerson, the head firearms instructor for the LAPD came out, and the whole idea about knives and guns. And they had a mannequin 50 feet away that people could pull rapidly on a pulley. And he had a 45 1911 and holstered. And he could not get it out and fire at what would have been the equivalent of that thing coming at him in time. And this was as good as it got in the LAPD. So it's a big deal. And anyhow, Gil Hibben and Jimmy Lyle saw that movie, The Iron Mistress. And I was telling you about the brass back blade. The idea is in the event of and this is a huge knife, that the blade came down, it would stick in the brass. And if it did manage to slide down and get caught here. So the brass was not only decorative, but it was, this is, the others are too hard for me to get to. This is the machete from
Rambo 4.
From Rambo 4. And, and I'll say I'm a little bitter about, as you know, Rambo 5. Among other things, in the American cut of the film, the overseas cut is different. It has an extra 10 minutes, as with Rambo as rancher rescuing people in a flash flood. That was left out, and it began underground in those tunnels. And virtually the first thing we saw was this machete from Rambo 4 on a wall. It's got tape around it, black, hard, heavy duty tape, and a tong here, and it's you could make it out of a spring from a car, which is what happens in the film. And Gil does not get credit. You can look anywhere in that movie, and Sly uses it as a weapon in the climax. Does not get credit for that knife being in the, and it annoyed me because Gil is a friend, and I know it annoyed Gil too. So anyway, these guys, Jimmy and Gil, saw Iron Mistress, and they became knife makers because of it. So then now we have the Iron Mistress tradition. Now we have the Rambo knives tradition. And because I promoted these knives so much in the books and otherwise, as I'm doing now, at that Blade show, I received an industry achievement award.
That's great.
For promoting blades and blade manufacture. And there's a joke here because in the foreword to the novelizations, I give a few credits, and one of them is to Jimmy. What does it say?
The knife
there?
was created by Jimmy Lyle, the Arkansas knife smith, and then an address. Route 1, Russellville, Arkansas, 72801. Incredible.
Yep.
Mr. Lyle also made the now famous knife that was used in the movie First Blood. The present knife is somewhat different, although equally dramatic. As with the First Blood knife, 100 marked and serial numbered Rambo copies have been sold to collectors. An unnumbered, slightly different version of both knives is available to the public. A 6-inch Rambo throwing knife is also available. And then you talk about the bow, which is incredible. The bow was created by Hoyt Eastern Archery and an address. Van Nuys, California at the time. And it too is available. And then you thank Joe Johnston for teaching me about its intricacy. Kathy Velarde supplied me with helpful information. Bob Rode answered my questions about the history of archery. And then you talk about the arrows developed by Pony Express Sports Shop in Sepulveda, California, with the full address. And then thanks to Joe Ethirope, probably not saying that quite right, for explaining their unique capabilities. Amazing.
Yeah. And since I didn't know that this was video, let me go get a Rambo arrow.
Yes.
I've got all this stuff. So it's kind of hard to see, but here's the point. It goes like this. It has a interior spring. So, that's so he can carry it, in a pouch and then get it ready, and then it has removable. You can unscrew the heads, and of course, takes forever. And then, and they're pretty nasty looking.
Look at that.
And then, of course, in the movie, he puts
the explosives.
grenades or whatever the hell it is he puts on there. So
there's that right there.
You read all that, and there it is. Yep. Yeah. If we had a different, I have it. It's up here. That's up here. So the joke is that Pauline Kael, film critic, long gone, but whom I greatly admire to this day, she had personality in her reviews for the New Yorker. So Carolco, Andy and Mario wanted these novelizations to promote the film, so that anybody who received a press kit received the novelizations. So she said in the novelization, this was for Rambo 2, she says, quoted, where I say they're not only, I'm paraphrasing, works of utility, but works of art. And then she said she can hardly wait for her set to arrive.
Love it. Love it.
Being, of course, nasty about it, because it sets itself up, and that's a Western. The fight in the helicopter in Rambo 2 is fight on top of a stagecoach. So it's the whole thing. But so I had, I didn't know Jimmy well, but Gil and I have had a long relationship, and sometimes I have this beauty, and it's just so beautiful. It has a copper or a brass cap and a brass thing here. It's really hard to see.
Amazing.
I know.
Yep.
I don't. I have. I was eventually able to buy a rubber version of the Iron Mistress. It was used in the close scenes so they wouldn't cut anybody. So the Iron Mistress was used not only in the Iron Mistress, it was used in Davy Crockett's Davy Crockett series at the Alamo. It was John Wayne's The Alamo it's used in there as well. It's used in a Sterling Hayden movie about the Alamo called The Last Command, and it's used in the pilot episode of Jim Bowie TV series. And then after that, it disappeared. And a man named Joe Musso acquired all these because he used to work for Warner Brothers. And when they decided that these were worthless, he acquired them all. And recently he decided to sell a few. So I bought a rubber Iron Mistress that was used for the close stuff when nobody could get hurt. So that's in another room. I didn't know we were gonna. Sometimes Zoom is just audio.
No, it's video.
But anyway, I did bring some show and tell once.
There we go. And here's this one here.
That's the third one, a modified buoy for the.
Yep. I should do this because I did, once again, your influence, the Tomahawks. It's something that was very deliberate on my part to do something that was.
It's very, very.
It is,
effective.
and it's something people haven't seen before, and unless they look it up, they don't know about that front spike on there. And so I get questions about it all the time. But I should ask the publisher to put a picture of it in there like this.
Oh, that'd be a great idea. You should. Yes, absolutely. I don't know about costs. I have no idea whether it adds anything to the printing, but I think that's a great idea. And again, it helps people understand. And I know with the novelizations, that was those illustrations were a big deal. And then you mentioned the Gauntlet Press editions, which came out 3, 4, 5 years ago, and which are my preferred. First Blood you can't get anymore. They only made 500 of each one, partly because of the licensing, the extras that were in it. But for 2 and 3, I have sections in the about the knives, and in some cases photographs and things like that. Yeah, and if anybody cares, there are very few of these left. You go to gauntletpress.com. They're not expensive. I mean, what, $45 or something, but the extras on them are extraordinary. And there were very limited 52 of them that had more stuff. Like I pulled out from my files the press kits and reprinted interesting things in the press kits and things like that.
I love these editions.
And
you signed them all here.
They're the best. Those are my, they come signed, but I may have personalized them. I couldn't have because you didn't have any books.
That's right. So they came that way. They came signed with their number of so-and-so. I think I'm going to ask the publisher about doing that with the Tomahawks because I do get that question all the time.
I'm sure they'd love to.
And it's featured quite prominently in the series coming out on July 1st as well. So they're already 6 months. They're already 6 months behind just with the novels on making these things.
Is somebody going to make these in real life?
Oh yeah, they're already made in real life by a knife maker who did all the knives and tomahawks for Last of the Mohicans. Daniel Winkler is his name in North Carolina.
I hope you have.
I ordered a few more recently. Just,
but I mean, this is really, really, I mean, very effective. And very interesting.
Yeah, I think so. But I got that. I mean, that all starts with you and the films and the phenomena that was all based on your character. And you've been so generous with your time, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate all of this. And I love talking to you every chance we get. We get to talk by email. With COVID, we don't get to see each other that often, obviously. But I hope that changes in the coming year here. But the novelizations, fantastic. That's how I found you. Everybody that dismisses them as novelizations of a movie are making a mistake because they are not novelizations. They are different.
They're different.
They are different.
Yeah. They're at half. People familiar with the films will find at least half new material, and many times especially from the James Cameron script, but also from the movie that Rambo 3 was not as good as it could have been based upon my experience with the first script. But budget considerations, and so what you get is what the film could have been. And but the it was already a very
Right.
expensive.
Reading a little something about that. And then in the movie, there's a line that you talk about, and one that stood out to me when I saw it between 6th and 7th grade that summer. And it's when Rambo, played by Sylvester Stallone, obviously, asks Colonel Troutman and says, "Sir, do we get to win this
Yeah.
time?"
Sir, do we get to win this time?
This time it's up to you.
I mean, that's a powerful line.
That it's a huge thing, and it echoes, of course, what many people in military, American military, felt. I mean, this is a very complicated thing. If you read McNamara, for example, wrote a book about how Vietnam happened, and he felt that it should not have happened. That there were political mistakes made, and that the whole Gulf of Tonkin thing, which is possibly suspect, the attack never ever happened. Who knows how these, and of course the trouble these days is people feel more than they think, and they're bringing, expectations, and so if it doesn't meet that expectation, it's got to be wrong. Well, my question is, that's interesting. What makes you think that? Or what have you, or make feel that in this case. And but as you talk to some Vietnam veterans, and they will say that the politicians hampered them. Well, it's so difficult to say over the years. I mean, we know the enemy was very resilient, and that the enemy was using tactics that took a long time before the American military decided to match in kind with guerrilla tactics. It's a complicated, it's just so complicated. And that line is one of the most famous lines in movies. "Sir, do we get to win this time?" Although it isn't often quoted because, it's so heavily politicized. It's not the same as "Here's looking at you, kid," from Casablanca. But that summer, that whole, and remember, America was reinventing itself. The 70s were so dismal, and it was so what happened to us, and all that aftermath of all those ugly emotions, the fatigue. And so, Ronald Reagan ran a, bright new tomorrow. And the Rambo became a symbol of, forward looking. I don't know. It's we could spend a long time talking, in an American studies class about 1985, and the different, in some ways, the same thing was happening. That, but not as violent, of course, as in 1968. But another
Of course, things explode. Movie comes out, novelization comes out, and then Rambo 3 begins to film a couple years later. When it comes out, it's the day the Soviets withdraw from Afghanistan. Of course,
talk about timing.
Yeah,
Talk about
I was there
timing.
opening night. I have great memories of going to see it with my dad. I have great memories of going to see Rambo First Blood Part 2 with my dad years earlier. But you do the press for Rambo 3, like you talked about, you and Stallone and Richard Crenna out there. And I actually have the watch. This is the watch that Stallone wears.
Oh, that very cool.
Chronosport UDT timer from so
very
I do
cool.
have that. I wish some of these other things, like the knives that were maybe a few $100s back then, but that might as well have been a few $1 million to a 12-year-old kid.
Oh, I think they sold for $1,000.
Yeah, might as well have been a couple million.
0 to 100. That would have been was huge money. Now, of course, and I sent you a Blade magazine article about collecting the knives and the different iterations of them, and it's still quite a phenomenon.
So one of them went up for auction recently from Sylvester Stallone's collection. He's been putting things up for auction over the last year.
He has.
And I saw it come out, and I knew that my friend who got this the original artwork.
Yeah.
I mean, I wanted to get it too. It started at 30,000. But I think it went up quite significantly from there. And I was
Certainly.
sure and he said, because I let him know about it. So he said, we'll share custody. My friend Evan Hafer of Black Raffle Coffee said, we'll share.
You can have it. It's like kids in a divorce.
He said we'd share custody. And then he barely missed it. He was on there and someone just got in there at the last second and ended up getting it. So I don't know how much it actually went for, but that was the Sylvester Stallone's personal.
Well, if it went for less than 70,000,
yeah, no, I think it went for over that. But what was it like to be on set? So you hadn't been on set for the first two films, I don't think, but then you're on set for Rambo
I wasn't.
3. And what was that like, just to take all that in and see all those people
and
everything involved?
It was fine. I was Playboy magazine asked me to do a piece about the movie, and Andy decided that Carolco would pay for my wife and I. Remarkable executives at a big studio to pay for us to go to Israel, where it was being filmed in Eilat, which is a resort on the Red Sea, I believe. It's been a while. And we were welcomed completely. Sly was very gracious and came over as soon as he was shooting, and we were and somebody mentioned we were here, and as soon as they were done, he came over and made a big fuss to Donna, especially, which was very, very nice. And our son had died not long before, so there was a certain issue there, and I tell this story. Prior to that, I had been this before Matt died. But he was sick. And I was at his offices. He was not there. I was there for another reason. And I mentioned to his assistant, Susan Pursley, liked her a lot. And I said, maybe Sly could talk to my son. In the great scheme of things, it doesn't mean anything. But, in a temporary, talking to a movie star, it's a big deal. So she said, well, Sly gets asked a lot, but he never knows what to say. And I said, I certainly understand that. It's such an emotional thing. I said, just, tell him, he is, after all, my son, and Matt will probably want to talk to him about the movies. She said, I'll ask him, but, I doubt it. So as these things happen, and this is a question about that luck we were talking about earlier, Matt came home when he wasn't in the hospital or recovering from chemo at home, sometimes he could go to school. So he was in grade school. So he went to, I have a little flashback here, trying to remember if it was grade school or high school. Anyhow, he came home with some friends, and they had not been allowed to see the Rambo films at home. But I had, it's hard to imagine now with all the access we have that in the mid 1980s, the only way you could watch it after the rerun on TV, which would not be the same, is by a VHS tape, which you have to buy. The rental stores had not yet opened, and they were expensive. But I forget if by contract I'm supposed to get a tape, but they never remembered to do that. And is it worth the trouble to complain? So I had it, and I said, you want to? Oh God, they're going to watch the movie. So I put it in, and he had a TV in his room, and I was in the kitchen, and the phone rang. And I picked it up, and Susan says, is your son home? I said, yeah. And she said, well, Sly is here. If he's available, they'll talk. So I went into the room, and it's funny how you have these snapshots of, it's the scene where Sly, and most of that is him. There's a lot of his own stunts, is clinging to the side of a cliff while the helicopter comes. And I said, Matt, would you like to talk to Sylvester Stallone? Well, they thought this was the funniest thing they'd ever heard. As if, you're like in a movie, would you ever have liked to talk to him? I said, no, he's on the phone. So Matt, hurried out, and the two kids came out to watch Matt talk to Sylvester. He says, oh, hey, how you doing? He says, yeah. He said, so what happened with the new movie? What were the grosses like on the weekend? So they talked show business for, he was 15. He was a wonderful child. And they talked grosses for a while. And then they hung up and, okay, small thing, but a big thing, right? And I always have good things to say about him.
No, it's an incredible story. It's heartbreaking, and yeah. Well,
and I'll just finish the story, because then in a lot, I had a lot of access, but even more in Yuma, the second part. But the climax was filmed in Yuma, Arizona, and there it was a smaller crew because they didn't, wasn't international. So I had a lot of time. I talked to him, and I can't remember if I talked to Richard then or not, but I was there in the climax where Sly is with the Molotov cocktail on horseback, and he's a marvelous rider, and it's like, the cavalry charge against, I can tell you his arm was severely burned from the flames as he rode because of the wind. And then there's a scene near the end where he's shot, he falls off the horse, and they had to do that a number of different times. And, there was a squib in his trousers. And then he'd have to, go off and hide behind a crate behind a truck to take his clothes off, and put on new trousers with the new squib to come back to fall off the horse and go through it all again. And I can tell you, I was close enough that the blood on his back is the real thing.
Wow.
So, he takes the pain. He's like, it's like Charlize Theron doing her own fight at the end of Atomic Blonde.
I haven't seen it. I need to see it. It's been on my list for so long.
Oh, it's an ordinary. I shouldn't put it that way. The plot is familiar. In this case, a female betrayed agent and all the intrigue. But Charlize decided, and my comparison is with Fred Astaire. They always photograph Fred Astaire dancers full frame without cuts. It's him, and with Ginger, Rita Hayworth was his favorite dancer with him, but it's him, and he had absolute control over this. So when they do the climax, it's a 15-minute extended gunfight, hand fight. That's her. There, it's full body, upstairs, around this way and that way. When they go into another room, that's where the cut is, so they can reset up. But she's probably doing extensive. I think of it as an athletic event, because it's not dangerous. I mean, they get hurt, but the walls and the stairs are all rubberized and all that. But you'd never know it. And so she might do 3 minutes at a time, uncut, and that goes on for 15 minutes, and it's astonishing. And in the extras for the Blu-ray 4K, they have how she trained for it and how they prepared for it, and how then they turned it over to her, trusting her to do the stunts without maiming herself. So Atomic Blonde, one of the great physical climaxes. So anyway, I somehow digress, but Sly is like Charlize,
all in.
He broke his neck on
I remember reading about that. You can see it. You can see where it possibly happened there. We get slammed against this wall and that. But and then of course Rambo, which we call Rambo 4, and that returns to the original character more so than any of the other films of the book.
Yes. and especially in the director's cut, which I didn't know we do this, but I can get it easily. I'm going to give you a quote from the director's cut. I had occasion to refer to this enough that I watched the film and copied it. Peace is an accident. When the killing stops in one place, it starts in another. But that's okay because you're killing for your country, but it isn't your country who's asking. It's a few men up top who want it. Nobody wins, and everybody in the middle dies, and nobody tells the truth. And now that's in a Rambo film. And I didn't see, I mean, the climax of that film is far too long. Far too long. But I was told that for Oriental audiences, they like their action scenes longer. Okay. But it's too long. So remove that and get what Sly did when he did the director's cut and his version. It's still too long. The climax is still too long. And what you see is dialogue that is shocking in a Rambo film. In terms of, movie critics who just looked at it as your basic shoot 'em up war movie, didn't listen. I mean, that dialogue, or I quoted a smaller one, old men start at old men die, or old men start at young men die, or the equivalent. And there's another shocking one where he seems to suggest, I don't know if this was in the theatrical, I don't recall if it's in the edited, in the extended. But this is shocking because it seems to suggest that sometimes the adrenaline of the combat can be self-feeding, and he's forging the machete that I showed, Gil Hibbons. He's finally, he's the reluctant warrior. That's the whole point. Which is why it was a little difficult sometimes with his enthusiasm in the second and third one. And he's forging the machete to go into Burma, which is really Myanmar. And we'll see bits of Richard Crenna, and there's a kind of a hallucinatory quality, and we hear him thinking. And the line is, you didn't kill for your country, you killed for yourself, and for that, God will not forgive
Powerful
you.
Line.
You didn't kill for your country. You killed for yourself. God's never gonna make that go away.
And I mean, when I heard that, I was shocked that it would be in, because anger, you're I've not been in combat, but as you know, I've talked a lot, and I defer. But in conversations, I've been, that the anger, the rage that would make someone words fail me here, but I think you know what I'm talking about. What was Audie Murphy feeling when he did what he did? I mean, and one of the themes of my books about Rambo is that he discovered something in him that he wished he had not discovered. And so, and you talk about these same themes in your book.
From a very personal place, but that resonated with me too. That certainly resonated with me.
That's why I say I defer.
And the other part of that, when he's forging that blade, I think it's raining in that scene, but it's raining a lot. in that movie.
It rains a lot in that movie for absolution, for baptism.
And the boatman.
The boatman. He doesn't have a name for most of the film. He's the boatman, which is death. Charon.
There's a lot to that one.
It's a very underrated
It is.
film. Yeah, extremely underrated, except for that darn climax.
I kind of like that one, and that kind of nods to the Wild Bunch, I think, at the end there. Yeah,
it does, with the William Holden with the machine gun, and he's with the, of course, much larger.
Yep.
So,
and then the next one, I didn't notice it until you mentioned it about Trackdown, and I did go and watch Trackdown because I hadn't seen it before, and there's certainly something there. But I've heard rumors, and I don't know how much of this is true because there's so many rumors that float around, not just Hollywood, but anywhere really, of a 6.
I know nothing about it, and I do know, as you know, when you've signed a movie contract, there's a kind of gag order sometimes about what you can talk about. But I have a novel that's being developed by a producer who knows the people at Millennium, and I talked to him enough, or people who know him. I think if there were a 6th being planned, I would have word coming back to me indirectly. But Millennium doesn't like me because I said in public that I didn't like the 5th film. And that's very unusual. I like the other 4. I think the 3rd one is repetitious too. I mean, the 3rd one has Troutman is kidnapped. Rambo tries to rescue him and fails. Rambo tries to rescue him and succeeds. Well, by definition, you can see the repetitiveness of the plot. So I always felt it lagged as the thing. In the middle, it lags. Whereas the original plot, which had the escape over the mountains with the orphans, that was a whole different thing, but too much.
I got the hardcover of Rambo 3, not the Gauntlet.
Yeah, that's very rare. Yeah. That's very rare. It was a library edition.
Oh, interesting. Okay, interesting. So we have Rambo in the Oxford English Dictionary, as I said before, one of the top 5 internationally recognized thriller icons of all time, along with Sherlock Holmes, Tarzan, James Bond, Harry Potter, and you.
Of those who were in novels first and then became in movies, because Indiana Jones is obviously as recognized, but he's not from a novel. So you could take some, and I think probably now Jason Bourne would have to be in there as well. And when that was said, the Bourne movies weren't. So I think we have to add another one in terms of from a novel into, because everybody knows who Jason Bourne is. The only thing wrong there is there's no R at the end.
That's right.
JB.
That's right. It's close. He was close. Almost had it. And you've been referred to and even referred to yourself as Rambo's father. And I think I've heard you say that Rambo is like a son who grew up and went in unexpected directions, which I think is such a poignant and thoughtful observation. But what do you mean by that?
Well, I write a novel. It becomes a movie. It becomes a different movies. The character in 4 is the character in my novel. And I don't know the 5th one. I don't know what. They're so different. And then we have, the cartoon series on Saturday morning. I have a thing. I don't want a comic book of it because it would lose the tension, the Teasel Rambo. So I've always said no. When approached about that, it would just not be good. I don't care how you cannot communicate, and I'm a print person as much as I'm anything else. So if I have any say, there'll never be a book. It's so many iterations, and then of course you have. I'm reading a novel that was published last year, a wonderful novel by Lisa Gardner called One Step Too Far. It's actually our stuff. It's set in the Wyoming wilderness, a search party and she knows there's stuff about outdoor. and things start. The 8 of them, and one's gone, the other's gone, and I thought this is pretty cool. I know Lisa. When I'm done, I'm going to send her a note. But it was fun because one of them has a knife that the main character, a female, whose expertise is searching for lost people, has, and she says, "Why, it looks like Rambo ought to be carrying this." So I thought, now she knows me, so maybe she's just having fun.
I love it. And I wanted to also read this because we did talk about spoiler alerts twice. So if someone is still listening and hasn't read this, but these are the last lines to First Blood. So 50 years ago, people were reading this and closing this book, and they had read something different. A genre had moved forward, and obviously created all that followed. But it reads: Troutman pumped the empty shell from the shotgun, and Teasel watched its wide arc glistening through the air. He thought about Anna again, and she still did not interest him. He thought about his house he had fixed up in the hills, the cats there, and none of that interested him either. He thought about the kid and flooded with love for him. And just a second before the empty shell would have completed its arc to the ground, he relaxed, accepted peacefully, and was dead. Wow. I mean,
it's been a long time. You're bringing me to tears here. That's God. That's good. Forgive me for saying that last paragraph was in my mind long before I got to the end. And I knew that it would end with Teasel watching the shell arc, and as it were, slow motion. And just before it hit the ground, he'd be gone. And the flooding with love, in the traditional hunter-hunted story, and, in hunting societies, the prey and the hunter have established some kind of unusual communication. And that certainly happens in the novel. After Teasel is nearly killed in the mountains, and after Rambo gets through the harrowing experience in the Bat Cave, which was turned into rats in the film, they're both different people. They're almost on a mystical level. And they start being able to know where the other is. And I'm told, I've not been, and maybe you can, that at this heightened level of life or death, that you can sense that you know where the opponent is, and identify with how that person is thinking or feeling. And that's what I was trying to communicate. And again, very, in its way, powerfully, spiritually. I mean, near the end, Rambo starts to see God. I mean, he's having mystic, as in Zen Buddhism, mystical experiences. And the title "Flooding with Love" became an off-Broadway play by Zach Obersan, who is both a performer and a playwright. That he then turned that into the gimmick. Forgive me for saying that. That's just the way I talk. The idea is that Zach is in his living room, and that we are his friends, and he's telling them about First Blood. And he explains the whole novel.
I've seen
with gestures and jumping off the sofa and hiding behind a chair and all that. It's a wonderful piece. And it's called "Flooding with Love with the Kid." And Zach has gone around. There's a video of him jumping around, and he's been to a lot of film festivals where he has done this. And he and I became friends. In fact, I heard from him the other day because I was interviewed by somebody in Holland along what we're doing, and he said, "Oh yeah, I had a film festival here in Holland, and I had Zach come over and we showed Flooding with Love with a Kid." And I thought, wow, that's cool. And then the guy told Zach, so Zach emailed me recently and said, "Hey," so it's nice to, it's a nice community.
I mean, incredible. 50 years ago, this May 25th, First Blood hit shelves, and then Rambo, your son, went in unexpected directions. And here we are Here we are
sure
50
did.
years later, and
Yeah.
you've been such an influence on my life, personally, professionally, the way you not
thank
just what
you.
you do
Thank
here,
you.
but how you carry yourself, your example, your work ethic, and obviously my time in uniform, and now what I'm doing here as a writer and author. And I do get the question quite a bit because I mentioned Brotherhood of the Rose. I talk about it a lot. I have three first editions, and I get asked about what line, because I
Wow.
mentioned there's a certain line that stood out to
Yes.
me when I read it, and
Yes.
people ask me, they always say, what was the line? And I never tell them. I always say, you gotta read the book, you gotta get the book, and then you gotta read it, and you'll know the line when you get to it. But because you're here and we're
Yes.
doing this, I want to read the line right here. Of course, just Brotherhood of the Rose is and the books that follow, absolutely incredible. But I got to this, I'm reading this, I already know what I want to do with my life. First serve my country in the military. I found out I knew what SEALs were at this point. I'm on that path, but I'm still looking Army Special Forces, I'm Marine Recon or Air Force Pararescue. There's all these things. I just know something ground combat role, special operations. I think it's going to be SEALs. That's where I'm going. And then I read this, and this cements it in my head, and I never wavered about where I was heading after I read this. And of course, people have to remember back when you wrote this, there's no internet. You can't just find a SEAL.
There was
and
no
you can't
internet.
talk to a SEAL
That's
or
right.
someone who's been a SEAL, or you can't. It's very difficult to track down people in special operations when you're writing this. And here's what it says. Saul didn't need to elaborate. She knew as well as he did that the U.S. military was structured like a pyramid. The better the training, the fewer the soldiers received it. Near the top were the Army's Rangers and the Marine Corps Recon Unit. Small, extremely prepared. But the Army Special Forces stood above them, even smaller and better prepared. At the summit, the smallest, best prepared group was the Navy SEALs. This hierarchy was part of a system of checks and balances that the U.S. government imposed on the military. If the Rangers or Recon attempted a coup, Special Forces would be called in to stop them. In turn, if Special Forces attempted a coup, the SEALs would be brought in to stop them. The question remained, who would stop the SEALs if they tried a coup? And my path was set.
Oh my! You're reading words that I wrote, 1983, and I do not take my books down. It's not good to be influenced by what I've already written. But yeah, and there's lots of like stimulating ideas there. I mean, you say, wait a minute, I never thought about it that way. And it's the only thing is I would have not used the word soldiers, because as we know, some members of the military are not soldiers, so I would have used, but it would be a little awkward to say military personnel, or, to find words like that. But, a Marine, for example, does not like to be. So I would have, you can get
in trouble,
a little trouble over that. So, so I would change that, but, after 40 years.
Yes, I think so. But David, thank you so much for spending this time with me, for all you've done for me over the years, for all you've done for authors that are just starting down the path, through your inspiration and your work. And it's an honor to know you and call you a friend, and I sincerely appreciate everything.
Well, I thank you, and it's rare, for me at least, to find, it's as if we knew each other in another life. I mean, we haven't talked since, 3-4 years. And, we're getting in as if we'd never, this becomes an interview. This was a conversation. We have similar interests and curiosity about one another. And I am, as I said earlier, I'm humbled by the effect that my words had on you, and how you and what happened to you, and more than that, how it has had a positive effect. It's just to see the degree of good things that are happening, and the enthusiasm that readers have for your work, and the terminal list coming out soon, and I'm sure many more things like it. It's or much earlier, we talked about influence and how, we try to, if we're doing our job, we're influencing people, and we have to be careful how we do it. That Sondheim thing, be careful what you say, children will listen. It's why I never, I know, about explosives and thought, I never put formulas in a book. I mean, I could explain how a timer is made easily at home, but I never do it because some fool will decide, and so, there's a point at which we, have to, our public view. But anyhow, I'm just thrilled about, the In the Blood coming out in May, not long before the anniversary of First Blood, and I just love the echo. And then shortly thereafter, July 1, I think you said, Terminal List. So it's going to be cool. So we'll I hope have a chance to speak apart from as we do on emails, and I don't we do communicate quite a bit, so that anyway, I think of you as a friend,
as I do you, and I hope we can get together in person soon and share a meal again. And I look forward to it. And there's a couple things I want to tell you offline here, but so stay on. But thank you so much for everything. And my goodness, it's
thank you for having me as your guest.
Thank you so much. Take care. Navy Federal Credit Union. I've actually been a member since 1996, the year that I joined the Navy. And Navy Federal Credit Union wants to thank the men and women in the U.S. military for their important commitment to our country. For more than 85 years, Navy Federal Credit Union has made it their mission to help people in the military community. Navy Federal Credit Union is open to all branches of the military, veterans, and their families. Navy Federal's employees are veterans and military spouses, so they're part of the community they serve, and they understand their members better than anyone. Members can enjoy an average earning and savings of $352 per year, a savings rate 3 times the industry average. An average credit card, APR 5% lower than the industry average, award-winning 24/7 stateside member service, over 350 branches worldwide. Show your own support for our troops with #MissionMilitaryThanks. Learn more about how Navy Federal is celebrating the commitment that connects them to their members at NavyFederal.org/celebrate. And I also have to read that this is insured by NCUA. Dollar value represents the results of the 2020 Navy Federal Member Give Back Study. Value claim based on Navy Federal's 2020 Member Give Back Study. Credit card value claim based on 2020 Navy Federal as low as APR averages compared to advertised industry APR averages as of December 31st, 2020, published on creditcards.com. Thanks so much. Check out NavyFederal.org. I want to thank my friends at Black Rifle Coffee for sponsoring the Danger Close podcast. I've been a huge fan for the longest time. Drink Black Rifle Coffee every day. And if you keep your eyes peeled, you will notice that perhaps Chris Pratt is wearing a Black Rifle Coffee t-shirt, not unsimilar to this one, in the Amazon series adaptation of The Terminal List. Now you can go to blackriflecoffee.com/dangerclose and use code DangerClose20 at checkout for 20% off your purchase and your first coffee club order. Black Rifle Coffee, America's coffee. Keep crushing. Today's gear segment is sponsored by Zero Foxtrot. Zero Foxtrot provides unique products that reflect the old school vintage military lifestyle. I've actually been following these guys for a while. Love what they're doing. Have a bunch of other shirts and coffee mugs downstairs from the last few years. Just love it when guys get out and absolutely crush it. Zero Foxtrot is veteran founded and is a proud supporter of our nation's defenders, veterans, and first responders. I'm actually wearing this shirt. Look at that. Canoe Club USA. What does that mean? I think you're going to have to look it up in your web browser, the Google machine. Canoe Club USA. Awesome shirts out there. They have limited edition ones that drop every now and again that are super cool. So definitely go to zerofoxtrot.com. And right now, We have an exclusive code for listeners of Danger Close. Use code JC at checkout for 20% off your order. Very cool. Remember, you can gear up with Zero Foxtrot and use code JC at checkout for 20% off your order. Just go to zerofoxtrot.com/JC and remember to use code JC for 20% off at checkout, or just click the link in the description. Once again, that offer code is JC. Gear up with Zero Foxtrot and use code JC for 20% off. Awesome. Definitely do that and check out all they have going on. Follow them on the social channels. They have some great things out there. They do some history posts every now and again that are really cool and very well thought out. Definitely check out zerofoxtrot.com for all the stuff. They have Zippo lighters in there. They have these mugs right here. What does that say? Drink coffee, stack bodies, stay zero. Love this. And then this one right here, this is cool. This might be a limited edition one. I'm not sure. But for St. Patrick's Day, lack fear, not beer. Look at that. Boom. Love it. Awesome. So that's what they look like right there. Zero Foxtrot. You get a little of that action right there. That's a sticker. But check out their t-shirts, mugs right here. Whiskey glasses. These are some of my favorites right there. Look at that. Oh, yeah. Solid. So check them out for sure. zerofoxtrot.com/JC for 20% off. Welcome to the gear highlight portion of the Danger Close podcast. Covered a lot of ground with David Morrell today, to include talking about my friend Evan Hafer, former Army Special Forces, did a little stint with the CIA, and founder of Black Rifle Coffee. And we talked about him because Evan has the original artwork right here for First Blood. And if you visit Black Rifle Coffee and get a behind the scenes tour here in Salt Lake, you will see right there. Can you see that? Yeah, that's it. Right there, the original artwork, which is framed and is a Black Rifle Coffee. Incredible. His wife found it on eBay. Amazing. Yeah, incredible. Anyway, Black Rifle Coffee. If you're not drinking it, this is their signature exclusive coffee subscription right here. You get a different one every week. This is the Battle Sasquatch. Awesome. And you get also a little something with it. You get a sticker in there, and you get a little something here that talks about it and talks about the different ways that you can enjoy it. So very cool right there. Thank you, Black Rifle Coffee. We also talked a lot about knives on the podcast with David Morrell. And man, I wish I had those originals and had gotten them back in the 80s. But we talked about the cost back then for the numbered. He said they were around $1,000 back then, which might as well have been $1 million back then. But oh man, that would be so awesome to have one of those. I got my eyes out. I'm always looking. But we did talk a lot about knives. And right here, what is that? Montana Knife Company. Josh Smith, thank you so much. This is awesome. I love what you're doing out there. And this is the Super Cub. So you get the blade right there. And right here, this tells you a little bit about it. So right there. So Josh Smith, thank you so much. And this blade right here. Ooh, look at that. Awesome. Be sure and sign up for their newsletter. It's on their website, Montana Knife Company. And then they do these drops and they sell out quickly. So highly recommend getting one of these blades. And awesome. Josh, thank you. And now this last thing. So David and I also talked about my novels, talked about Savage Son in particular, that was influenced by David's First Blood, obviously, which we talked about, which is having its 50th anniversary, May of 2022. It came out on May 25th of 1972. But we talked about First Blood's influence on Savage Son, Most Dangerous Game, Rogue Male, and Last of the Breed, and how those novels really influenced that third novel in the James Reese series. And then Joe, right here, Tracker Joe 08 on Instagram. Be sure and give him a follow, see what he has going on. But he built this replica of the arrow from Savage Son. This is incredible. He's going to make a stand for it, and I'm going to put it somewhere super cool where I can display it and see it every day. And this is amazing. And I want to read a little bit about it. So Joe, thank you so much. I was just stunned when I took this out of the packaging. But a little bit about the build. So this is a cedar shaft right here. Feathers are goose, because that's the closest thing he could find to what he thought that they would use in Kamchatka Peninsula, Russia, and in Siberia. And then right here, this head is made out of a deer leg bone and is the shape and style they used for hunting big game and in going to war with other tribes. I mean, he put so much thought into this, and this thing is solid. Like, this is so cool. I'm speechless. I'm stunned. And it went above and beyond also. So the used pine sap mixed with charcoal right here as the glue. And yeah, incredible. So thank you, Joe. Amazing. Tracker Joe 08. Yeah, this will have a place of honor here in my office. Thank you for tuning in to the Danger Close podcast, an Ironclad original presented by Navy Federal Credit Union. To find out more about David Morrell, go to davidmorrell.net. That's MORRELL.net. There's a ton of information on there on his work. There is a whole section on Rambo with great behind the scenes photos of David Morrell on the set with Sylvester Stallone for Rambo 3. And there is a ton of great advice for aspiring authors, for writers. So definitely check that out, davidmorrell.net. You can also connect with him on Twitter and on Facebook. And for sure, in honor of the 50th anniversary, pick up a copy of First Blood. If you only know Rambo from the films, you are in for a surprise. So definitely check out First Blood. Check out the novelizations of Rambo First Blood Part 2 and Rambo 3. And if you haven't checked out David's other work, to include The Brotherhood of the Rose, which was very influential to me personally and professionally, well, there's a whole bunch of other books right here behind me that are going to keep you busy for quite some time. Each one is absolutely fantastic. If you liked our conversation, be sure to leave a 5-star rating and review wherever you get your podcasts. You can follow me at Jack Carr USA on the social channels. OfficialJackCarr.com is the website. JackCarrUSA.com is the merch. And by the time this drops, In the Blood, the 5th novel in the James Reese saga, will be in the wild. Thank you so much for your support. It is sincerely appreciated. Take care, stay safe, be strong, keep fighting.